which he led, and now that the nation is using to perhaps now drive its future?
Yes, you know, a very key aspect of it is power to poverty. You know, because we know, I mean, as the president said, President Tinubu said in his speech, is that there has to be democratic dividends, and it's a partnership between the people that are governed and the people that are governed. And without that democratic dividend, then it doesn't really have value to democracy. So we are hoping that they unleash a lot of the programs they want to do so that they can tackle poverty, because elimination of poverty is actually the goal of democracy. Give people a voice without them being able to like live a dignified life is like giving them something that doesn't have any value. So that is one thing that people should remember about my father and what he said in those days in terms of democracy. To him, it wasn't just about democracy, it's about democracy to eliminate poverty. So this is what I think we should always focus on. This should be on the cornerstone of our minds.
In your case, you lost both parents in this struggle for democracy, which we continue to, feel this, pain. But are you encouraged, maybe in our recent past, that perhaps we may begin to get it right?
Yes, I'm encouraged because, I mean, this thing, the problem of Africa as a continent, the problem of the black race is something that only God can actually save us from. Because our problem is generational. It has been going on and on for more than 500 years. Now, we have an opportunity to have a different, path. I believe that God is at work, and that's where my optimism comes from. It's been 30 years after June 12. We now have a president that was actually a strong believer of June 12, and is actually ruling the country exactly 30 years. And it's not as if he cheated anybody, because, we have a rotational presidency from the north to the south. Now, it's the time of the south, and we now have the person that won the election being a disciple of June 12, and someone that lost pretty much almost everything too. So, if God is helping us to get this far, I don't believe God is going to take us halfway. I believe God is going to go all the way. So this is a very, very emotional period for me, especially when I read his speech and I read the fact that he actually mentioned my parents. I was not always happy when the former president would give his June 12th speech. He would not even mention Chifem Abiola once. He could have actually told people then in those June 12th speeches, that General Muhammad Buhari, that this is something we have to think about. There was no ethnicity. He could have used the spirit of June 12 to bring the people together, but he will have a whole speech. He will not even mention Chifem Abiola once. But this president, you can see the difference. So he is going to, by the grace of God, do what we need, which is to have people realize that democracy is about poverty elevation, so that all the people that are appointed have come into the government with the right frame of mind. It is really, really, really emotional, and I'm very grateful to God for allowing this to happen.
Let's, give you an opportunity to catch your breath. Dr. George Moalu is here, is in government. Let's speak directly. When you see, perhaps people directly feel, not the consequences, but the loss that, that struggle, they had in their family, for instance, and what is playing out today. What, for instance, from a personal point of view, would be re-energizing you or perhaps shaping your thoughts in terms of deliverables to the people?
Yeah, for me, I want to use this opportunity to condole the Abiola family. It's a massive loss, personal loss, when you look at the fact that both parents paid the ultimate sacrifice for us to get to where we are today. It's something very touchy. And when Jami was speaking, I was very, really touched. The truth about it is that, like you rightly observed, it's all about the democratic dividend. It's all about eliminating poverty. It's all about the people, because democracy is about the people, government of the people, for the people, and by the people. So no matter how you look at it, it's all about the people. So whatever one is going to do within this democratic concept is about the people. Developing policies, building structures, all aimed at elevating, changing the narrative, getting the people to appreciate, getting the people to understand. And the only way they can do this is when they see practical demonstration of your commitment, of your dedication, of your desire to change their story. So when the things are done rightly, when the issues of democracy is addressed to the point that poverty is eliminated, then the people will feel the impact of government. It's not about rhetoric. It's not about rhetoric because we have enough of it, but it is about to what extent have you delivered, to what the deliverables, to what extent have they seen it, to what extent have they touched it, so that they can appreciate what you are doing or what you are saying in very concrete terms. So for government, for me, the way I look at it, for government has a responsibility. Government has a responsibility to get the people to feel the impact. And that is why, for me, the speech by the president, there are quite a lot of things that I take from it. Okay, things like appreciating MKO Abiola and the sacrifice and the wife. For me, it's a major derivable. Then the next step is the speech, to an extent, is reconciliatory. It's all about unifying our nation because we are terribly divided. It's about unifying our nation. And again, it's about getting the people to make a little more sacrifice with an assurance and a promise that the sacrifices will not be in vain. That whatever sacrifice is going to be made, especially as it has to do with the policy of government with regards to the implementation of a policy to eliminate fuel subsidy, that the sacrifices that will be made will be paid back, that people will see the impact of government by way of addressing infrastructural challenges, by way of looking at how to better the economy for the benefit of the people. So government has that responsibility, and from the speech of the president, he has given us that assurance. There's a commitment that he's going to deliver on those promises that he has made. So it's all about ensuring that those promises are made. And anybody holding a responsible position in government must also see it, must also key into the vision. You must also key into the vision, and that vision is changing the narrative. That vision is changing the story, making our people feel more comfortable. That vision is addressing the challenges that are confronting the Nigerian people, so that at the end of the day, we can all say to a great extent, yes, we have actually achieved the desired objective, which is making this government impact positively on the lives of the people by possibly eliminating completely issue of poverty in our land.
Okay, let's come to Prof. You know, in 1993, the little child could sing the promotional campaign songs of Chief MKO Abiola, On the March Again, Looking for Mr. President, and all those songs. We could feel, you know, people getting so much interest in politics. Today, the numbers are not particularly encouraging. What have we lost between that time and now? People who could not vote understood what the SDP and the NRC parents at that time, you know, were saying in terms of their policies and what they were selling to the people. Even in spite of the fact that we were just about to return to democracy, we had gone into about almost 9 years of, you know, constant military administration, and yet it captured the imagination of the people. There was no social media. It was just the electronic media, and it was even not all over the place. How do we get back there? What have we lost in that period, between that and now?
Okay. In the first place, if you look at the election that was held by June 1993, the personality involved shaped the structure and the feelings of Nigerians. And the way Nigerians came out to vote at that particular election was as a result of MKO Abiola. Before he contested for the election, he has been a person that was generous in nature. He has opened up a lot of space for the political class and also the less privileged. He was a philanthropist person. He was engaged in so many businesses that employed thousands of Nigerians, and has this kind of background of a philosophical thought in terms of social welfare. He provides for the less privileged and all. So hearing the name alone, it rings bell at that time. And for him coming up to contest for the election, people were so much enthusiastic to come up and vote for him. So there was a kind of a social engineering, social mobilization, social integration towards giving Abiola a mandate. And that is the reason why people did not even care whether it was a Muslim ticket or all they were concerned is about Abiola, because they knew who he was and that he was going to deliver dividend of democracy to the teeming population of Nigeria. So that particular period of time, there was hope in the sense that people begin to understand that with Abiola coming into power, the dividends of democracy will be delivered, structure for institution will be revamped, the military that was about to leave the office, he was going to redefine a new democratic space that all Nigerians will key in for a better tomorrow. So people were so much enthusiastic about it. But after that, there was a kind of military presence from 1993 up to 1999. So the cycle of Nigerians were not happy because an election that was freely contested and won, they could not give the mandate to the person that won the election. So people were dissatisfied about the democratic presence and governance in Nigeria. And that is the reason why the space within which citizens were actively involved in the political process slowed down a little bit because they were not having trust in the military government again. If we look to where the crop of leadership recruitment process in 1999, people that least expected to win election won that election because people have non-challenge attitude towards coming up to contest the election. They were thinking that what happened in June 12 will still replicate in 1999, that the military will still abort the electoral process. And people were lucky who ordinarily wouldn't have won the election. They came out to win various seats at the National Assembly, governor's seat, the State Assembly seat, and all. But for 1999 up to this time, I think we must have to learn lesson from Abiola social reengineering process and his concept of democratic dividends. We have not learned much lesson from him because from 99 up to date, we still record a lot of poverty ratio in the Nigerian process. The democratic institutions are not strengthened enough to deliver the dividend of democracy. The electoral process has been flawed with rigging and all, and the citizens were not too concerned much in giving their thought or the participation in the political process in Nigeria because they were not having hope for the crop of leaders that were elected in various political offices. But we are feeling that with a new return of a democratic era, like President Bola Ahmed Tinubu coming on board, he was part of the struggle in June 12, and he knew exactly what that June 12 stood for. So most of the epitome of good ideals of that MKO Abiola and the philosophy of political and process, we translate it into the reality as he's come on board. He's an agent of change. He's one of the apostles of Abiola, and we believe citizens will begin to keep hope and they will participate. So there is hope for the citizens to come on board now and freely participate in the electoral process so that we can change Nigeria for a better tomorrow.
All right, it was Hope 93, Chief MK Abiola's slogan for the Social Democratic Party at the time, Hope 93. Now we have renewed Hope 2023, 30 years later. But in that period, between that time and now, and the actors that perhaps you inherited the dividends of that struggle from 1999 to now, were there times when you were worried that perhaps there is a disconnect to the hard-won Fourth Republic that we have now and the practices that you saw play out as if we didn't remember where we were coming from?
Yes, it was actually a big problem in terms of, it was a trauma actually, because in 1999, the president, Olusegun Obasanjo, did not mention June 12. So most of us started beginning to think that June 12 was a figment of our imagination. If not for the AD governors in those days, from Chief Bola Tinubu, Chief Bisi Akonde, Chief Adefarati, Chief Olusegun Osoba, and Chief Neye Adebayo, they were the ones honoring June 12. So it now became a regional issue. And that was wrong because June 12 was a national issue. So we were not happy about that. And that is part of the reasons why the democracy did not take off the way it's supposed to take off. You cannot, take something from somebody and not give him his due. The God that we know will not allow you to succeed with such, an action. So it was very depressing. It became regional. We were talking about June 12th in the Southwest. It now became a Yoruba thing, even though my father had actually defeated his opponent in Kano. So you see, the whole essence of June 12 was now being turned upside its own head. That was when I now decided I'm going to write a book on my dad, and I wrote a book. It's called The President Who Never Ruled, and I now wrote a second book, which is called The Stolen Presidency. I wrote these books, and I spoke about everything when my father was growing up, how he became who he became, and how he was able to connect with the people. And I put it on Amazon, so people have been ordering the book from all over the world because they now realize that this part of the history cannot be eliminated. You know, and the Chinese have been writing their history for 2,000 years. So if we don't write our own history, people would always, you know, turn things around. And before you know it, June 12th becomes a figment of our imagination. So I thank God for the last administration for actually making it Democracy Day, to make it official. But before they did, I'd already written these books. I'd given out so many copies. There was even one particular governor, Governor Ambody. I gave all his commissioners, all the House of Assembly members, even the President Buhari in 2015. You know, I gave out almost like 3,000 copies for free, so that people can remember. Because some people who are deliberately trying to eliminate the memory of June 12th, to them they felt they just wanted to just kill him, even though he was dead already. But thank God that now we even have somebody that was loyal to June 12th has become the president. So all of that, to me, I see that as a sacrifice that we had to go through, you know, for us to stand up. All of those years in the past where people that worked for General Abacha now started inheriting democracy, you know, and democracy not getting it right because of the fact that the people that were the drivers were the ones that were actually stopping the democracy from being actualized. You know, God does not complete, you know, and allow people like that to succeed. So now we have our own person that was in June 12th, you know, and he believed in June 12th. And by the grace of God, in less than a year, Nigerians will see the difference. We're already seeing it. Look at the speech. Look at the issue of the fuel deregulation. Ideally, people are meant to have said no, but because of the faith they have, that we have come. And we know that by the time the government rolls out the palliative measures and they start developing, they want to create 1 million jobs, you know, they want to improve the military doctrine and architecture, they want to do so many ambitious and they will do it because they did it in Lagos. By the time all this happening, people will now know that, yes, the regulation had a good purpose and the issue of democratical belief in democracy will jump up and it will be boosted. So next time we have election, we will now see a higher turnout. It's not going to be like now that 87 million people collected their PVC and only 27 million people voted. We will definitely see at least a higher turnout because people will now know that democracy is now linked to democratic dividends by the grace of God.
Okay, let's stay with you because I understand that you still have another engagement. So let me quickly milk as much as I can get from you and,
Yes.
and share some of your experiences in your conversations with your dad. What would be the ideal Nigeria? And juxtapose it with the current realities.
Well, his ideal Nigeria was, he was very, very proud. I remember one time in 1983, I was still in primary school. I went to his room and he was looking angry and I was like, what's the problem? And he said, look at it now, they go to do another Olympics, they never do anything here. They do World Cup, they never do anything here. To him, it was a source of pride for us in Africa to actually be able to be seen as a continent that is worthy and dignified. So it was like, then he now spoke about the reparations. Then later on, he was sponsoring the reparations. And a lot of people say that's part of the reason why he did not get the Western support, because he was actually, fighting for reparations. And I met, the Secretary General of Commonwealth, Chief Ayaoku, in his house a couple of years ago. He was surprised. He said he told my dad to take it easy because the issue of reparations is something that was very emotional. But he felt like he had to just do it because he felt like, if not for what happened, we would have been more people in the black race and would have even been more than China, and we lost so much, and they have to compensate. So all of these things, to him, he had a very, very big vision for Africa, big vision for the black race. And of course, it would take a long time to achieve. And if he wasn't annulled the election, he would have been able to put some of those things in place. But I still believe that it's possible because a lot of things are helping Africa. The whole world needs Africa to be strong. It's not like before when people wanted a weak Africa. People now know the impact of a weak Africa. So they want Africa to be strong so that we can be a market for their goods from Europe and all of that. So we can use the dynamics. Dynamics are changing globally. And that is why I'm happy that we have a president that worked in a place like Mobile. He's a businessman and he's also a politician. It's very rare to find a politician being good at administration. Most politicians are not good administrators. And most administrators are not good politicians. But we now have the two together. So I'm hoping that all these dynamics playing out globally can favor us in Nigeria by the grace of God. We just have to believe, we have to encourage. We shouldn't just be criticizing. We should also be very, very constructive in terms of telling them what we think should be done. And I think if we can all play our part, definitely the sky is the limit.
All right, Alhaji Jami Abiola, son of Chief MK Abiola, of course, is the Shetima Rashid of Borno and the chairman of the Kudirat Abiola Sabongeri Peace Foundation. We know it's a poignant day for you. We again condole you and your family on the loss, and at the same time encourage you that continue to, have your faith in the Nigerian project as we release you. We'll take a story now, slow but steady. May best describe Nigeria's democratic journey since the inception of the current Fourth Republic in 1999. In this report, political correspondent Saliu Abdullahi Gwanara examines the last 24 years in Nigeria's democratic journey.
After a series of military interruptions, Nigeria opted for the presidential system of government as a departure from the parliamentary system inherited from her colonial overlords, the United Kingdom, in 1979. Like a child of destiny, after several faltering steps and agitations, and an unfortunate stillbirth in the Third Republic in 1993. Olusegun Obasanjo. The lucky date came 5 years later, when Nigerians elected Olusegun Obasanjo, marking the beginning of the current Fourth Republic, which subsists till date. The ride from 1999 till date has not been without bumps and hurdles. But are there any gains?
Businesses are increasing, things are springing up as a result of democracy in the country. So since 1999, I think we have been progressing gradually from one phase to another. So we cannot say we just want to get everything once, it's just phase by phase.
So since 1999, now there has not been any coup. For number one, there has not been any coup. There's a little bit of freedom. Not like in the military era, where you cannot talk much. There's a freedom in even the media space.
The infrastructures, we made progress, and other sectors, their progress. I'm not going to fault the nation at all. We are still growing, and we hope that the nation will grow to our expectation, to that peak that we all desire and admire, and other nations would also admire us.
Political actors and analysts maintain that democracy is a pathway towards good governance, and as such, the actors across the three tiers and arms of government should exhibit the true spirit of selfless service by, among others, paying more attention to the security of lives and property of the citizens.
There are so many challenges that need to be addressed as we move and perfect democracy, because democracy goes with good governance, democracy goes with justice and equity, democracy goes with job creation, and of course, wealth creation, and of course, democracy goes with having a well-educated youth, good schools, good hospitals, and several other things. So, but you can see that, some of these things are still on the drawing board as far as our country is concerned, given even the number of years that we have spent as a practicing democracy.
So it's a process, and I believe we're getting there. If I look at countries like the United States, I know how long it took them before they got their independence and how long the process took for them to get where they are today. The progress we made in the electioneering process is a step in the right direction. And I'm praying that this current administration will improve on it. One day we'll get it right. We'll begin to look at people for what the value they will add to the society, not just the money they will bring or the money they will share during the election process.
Both parties, people started with the idea of consensus. Invariably, both parties ended up conducting very, very free and fair primaries. I don't think anybody has complained in the PDP, neither have we in APC complained that the primaries are not been fair. That is one of the major positive outcomes of the Electoral Act, and which I think going forward, we help this democracy. Because if you do not have internal democracy within the parties, it is not likely that you will have free and fair elections in the general elections, and it's not even likely that we have good governance in the country, because all people will be looking for is godfatherism. Those who can impose them on the party And after imposing them on the party, they find a way to manipulate the elections. In the new electoral law, we have placed a lot of great emphasis on technology. And that is how it should be. We are in modern times, we must embrace technology. Technology can prevent fraud.
Within this period, there have been successful transition of power from Olusegun Obasanjo to late Umaru Musa Yar'Adua. Yar'Adua's demise led to the saddle being passed to his vice, Goodluck Jonathan, who completed his term and got a fresh mandate of his own in 2011. Jonathan handed over to Muhammadu Buhari in 2015, and now Muhammadu Buhari has done same to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Nigerians and the rest of the continent believe that the current Fourth Republic has strengthened the country's democracy with the deepening of democratic ideals and enforcement of electoral laws. In Abuja, Salihu Abdullahi Gwanara, NTA News.
All right, Salihu, I quite like the fact that you used a train at the end, because a train just stopped at the subway. Another one has just taken off. I think this is about its 14th to 15th day moving, and the destination we are seeing already with some of the promises made by the man in the saddle at the moment, talking about President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. But let's quickly, come back to some issues. Let me start with Dr. Mohali in terms of you being a party man. In '93, we had NRC, SDP. There were a lot of parties that were collapsed into two, the Liberal Convention and the SDP, all kinds of, a lot of parties collapsed into two, SDP and NRC. And then in 1979, we had about 5, GMPP, UPN, MPN, PRP, all in 1979. Before then, at the inception, we had MPC with Sadana and, Tafawa Balewa. We had the Action Group with Baba Awolowo and Zik having NCNC. It was along ideological lines. This is where I'm going. In this case, a lot of people say the carpet in the political hemisphere now has been one thing because of the people crossing it, irrespective of ideology. Some even leave the logo and the banners in their boot, depending on the situation, to come and brandish which one. What has happened to us in terms of ideology? Is it about just jumping into a bus to take you to your destination or the office you have in mind, as against the ideologies which would hold a party steadfast to its course and letting the electorate recognize you for some things in terms of your concept for development?
It's a very critical question if we have to look at our democracy. And it's quite worrisome. If you look at it from the perspective of what should it be, because most look at it from two perspectives. What should be the reality and what is it on the ground today? Today,
Doctor, just a moment. I think there are some commemoration across the country. Larry Gbeleyi is joining us from Lagos, a reporter there. I just paused, Doctor, so that you can make your intervention. Larry, what's happening in your area, Larry?
In Lagos, it's been low profile celebration here in Lagos. Going through the town, because it's a public holiday, people are at home, enjoying the June 12th holiday. And they've listened to the president this morning. And I have with me here, in one of the events, Comrade Taiwo and Mr. Adewale. And before I go into that, you know that it's not only in Nigeria that June 12th is significant. It is Independence Day for the Philippines today. In 1989, the Philippines got their independence. And today also is Madiba's, Nelson Mandela. That was the day he was sentenced to life imprisonment. So it's a significant day all around the world. And in Nigeria, it's Democracy Day. When the immediate past President Muhammadu Buhari, on June 6th, declared today as a significant day in Nigeria's journey in democracy. Now, the governor is coming here later today, and the governor is going to talk about the future of democracy, looking at June 12th as the parameters. And here are the organizers that is going to welcome the governor I believe. I'm going to ask them some few questions. Let me start with Comrade Taiwo.
Yeah.
I keep forgetting your name. Comrade Taiwo. Yeah. June 12 has set a bar for us in democratic pursuit.
Yes.
So what is the future? Do you believe, what is the future? Let me ask it like this way. What is the future of democracy with June 12 setting the bar that we are still trying to get to in free and fair elections, in conduct of election, in campaigning, and so on and so forth?
Well, let me start by appreciating the government of the immediate past president that made it possible to make this day, June 12 in Nigeria, a significant day in the democratic setting. And today, this one that has come to stay, it's already there, and every year, every June 12 Democracy Day, we keep talking about it, and we learn everything. One of such things is what is happening here in Lagos State. We want to educate our people more on the need to imbibe the lesson we have learned from the June 12. From record, it still remains, as I speak to you, the freest and the fairest election so far in Nigeria. And we are still hopeful that we'll still get to that again. So we want people to learn from that. So what we know we have very good, bright future in subsequent election and coming elections. We're going to learn from it. We also want to advise all parties involved, the stakeholders, to also learn from that. I'm talking about the body that is conducting the election, the independent electoral body, the political parties, and the security agencies. They have to come together and learn from what happened in June 12. There was no rancor, but it's just unfortunate that the election came and went like that. But everybody knew, Nigerian came out overwhelmingly and voted for their choices without issue, without any rancor. And we want such to be repeating itself. And one of the importance of this day is to keep on enlightening Nigerians and let them see why it has to repeat itself again. And we are getting there. By the grace of God, we will get there.
Thank you, Comrade.
All right.
Let me go to Mr. Adewale. Mr. Adewale, one of the ways that we can sustain Nigeria's democracy for the future is the Electoral Act. You agree with me? Yeah. What other areas do you think, apart from Electoral Act, what other areas that you think that we can sustain democracy in Nigeria, looking at June 12?
Yeah. Well, first of all, I think when we are talking about June 12, we are talking about a milestone in the history of Nigerians. It was a moment that Nigerians will never forget. It was a moment that people rose up irrespective of their ethnic background, irrespective of their religion, to put a stop to fascism. And since 1999, we are glad that irrespective of the fault lines, we have had civilian to civilian succession without military intervention. And anybody who has a deep sense of history will never wish to see a return into military rule in this country. No matter the economic challenges, the political challenges, cultural challenges, the best, the most benevolent military government can never be as good as the worst civilian government. So we must realize that June 12 was a moment that Nigerians said no to military, that they want to be part and parcel of taking decisions about their own lives. And I think that we may be moving slowly, but we are definitely not moving backwards. There have been some signposts in the past few months that I think they are, they will strengthen the pillars of democracy. One of such is the conscious attempt to decentralize power. A political and economic power. We are now talking about the prospect of having state to generate electricity. We are talking about reforms in the energy sector. We are talking about reforms in the security architecture. I think these are very significant developments. And I also feel that we need to commend Nigerians for their endurance, for their patience. And the fact that if we are not being patient enough, today we will not be having a hero of June 12 as the president of Nigeria. So it's so significant that 30 years after the annulment of June 12, one of those figures that was persecuted, that was traumatized, is now sitting on Nigeria, as the #1 citizen. So it's a lesson that whatever we are doing, we should not give up. We should be patient, irrespective of the challenges we are having today, that there is a brighter future for us.
Quickly, because of our time, let me ask you before I go to Mr. What the future holds for Nigeria in our democratic journey?
I think much depends on the vision of leadership. Even when we are in a dark alley, the vision of leadership is very important. We can turn a dark alley into a bright zone, given the level of creativity, in terms of those that are leading us, in terms of how to address, the 7 trillion debt that Nigeria is owing. And I think it's in moment of tribulations that that a good leader should come up. We are talking about people like Winston Churchill, that came at a war period and was able to revive the economy of Britain. So I think that we should not give up. With the right vision, with the right creativity. Look at what is happening in Rwanda. Even after the war, people gave up hope on Rwanda. But today, Rwanda is a beacon of hope for Africa. So I believe that with the right leadership, and interestingly, we're having a chartered accountant at the ends of affairs. So I believe with his skill, with his acumen, he should be able to turn around the economy in a way that we lead Nigeria to prosperity and peace.
Thank you, Mr. Adewale. My colleague has left. That is it from here, from one of the events that is happening to mark today's June 12th. Fisayo.
I know that you were not old enough to vote at the time, but the way you are relaying out information, I was almost going to add you to brandish your voter's card of 1993, but I know that you are not old enough for that. Well, let's talk to the people who are actually participating there. Thank you so much, Lanre Gbeleyi from Lagos. Sorry we cut you short because he had to come on. There was, some activities in Lagos, but you were going to go to party ideology.
Yes, you see, like I said, it's not about what is written in the books. The question now is what is on the ground, what is happening. And then, like you mentioned, various republics and the political system then. You talked about, let me make particular mention of the Babangida era. The difference between that time and these times is that two parties were decreed into existence. So everyone was now working, either you belong to the left or you belong to the right. You are bound to. You are compelled to. There were no choices. Unlike in this dispensation, where political parties are allowed to evolve, okay, there is no limitation as to the number, so long as you meet the criteria as set up by INEC. There's no limitation to your decision to merge or group together, because I remember that in 2014, 2015, we also merged 4 political parties, so to speak, the AMPP, of which I was one-time national secretary, the ACN and the CPC, and later a faction of ABGA now joined. And then we all merged, lost our identities, and formed a political party. For every of this political party, the constitution is very clear. The manifestos are very clear as to whether there are ideological leanings, yes. But the point is that we, the players, the politicians themselves now, have now turned the political parties as vehicles for the actualization of political power. It is not about what they believe. Like you rightly said, somebody can be in party A in the morning. By evening, he has come to party B without consequences. And that will enable him now run on a platform believing that with that particular political party, he will actualize his ambition. So it is not a matter of the ambition. It's not a matter of working from the question, from the answer to the question. It is a question of where do I want to be at this particular time? Which of these political platforms will give me the enabling environment, will enable me actualize that ambition? So it's not about the party. It is not about what I believe in. It's not about what I want to sell. It's about how do I get elected into the position I desire to occupy. So that is a major, major challenge, because in that instance now, it made it, all the parties are practically the same. That is why you see politician A in party A, B in the morning. By evening, he's also already in party C. The positions of the two political parties may be actually very, very different and divergent. What they preach are entirely different. But the issue here is, of these 2 political parties or 3 political parties or 5 political parties, which of them will enable me actualize my ambition? So that problem is there. Until we develop consequences, until we allow punishment, or we put bottlenecks and challenges to stop anybody from moving. If you're elected, for example, into this position on party platform A, if you desire to go to party platform B, you relinquish that position you're occupying. By the time we enforce it, people now will understand the implication of moving from party A to party B. It will not be, again, a matter of platform. It will not be a matter of what I believe in. So that some of us now will not be able to tell ourselves, okay, what do I really want in getting involved in this politics? What is my expectation? What do I want to offer my people? of all these platforms, which one creates or provides me that opportunity to actualize my vision for my people, for my constituents? Then I align with that political party and then go to election. Preach the message of that political party, sell it to my people. If they buy into it, then I'll be elected. And when I am now elected, I know there is a contract between me and the people. There is a binding contract which I cannot change, which I cannot deviate from. Then I work towards actualizing that, so that the constituents, the society will know a political party for what they preach and what they say. Where they stand will now be very clear and visible, so that you don't, if I want a welfarist environment, I look at the parties of which of them provides me that enabling environment. If I want to look at a capitalist system of government, I look at which of the political party provides me that opportunity to go and sell that message that I believe in. So the ideology now becomes an issue. But the situation where Mr. A will come in the morning, use platform B, which is capitalist, and in the evening he's already off that one and moves to the socialist platform, and before tomorrow, a week's time, he's gone back to the welfarist platform. We have situations in Nigeria where most people holding political office today have gone through all the political parties.
I'll share some of our experiences with you, but one of my, colleagues who gave us a report at Nigerian Democratic Journey is actually in a journey in town. Sally Guanara, I enjoyed your report earlier. But where you are, it seems as if you are the only one there. What's happening? How are you celebrating this Democracy Day, and what are the people telling you? Sally, can you hear us?
So, okay, thank you, Fisayo, for joining us here live at Wuse. Wuse is one of the popular places in Abuja, the nation's capital city, particularly in front of the popular Wuse market. Happy Democracy Day to Nigerians out there. Today, being Democracy Day, June 12th, happens to be the 5th time we are celebrating this day in the country since the pronouncement by former President Muhammadu Buhari, June 12th be celebrated as Nigeria's Democracy Day. As usual, today is a public holiday, but surprisingly, the heart of Abuja is alive with all kinds of activities, particularly where I am right now, Wuse. I'm in front of Wuse Market, and normal business activities are going on as usual. That shows to you how resilient Nigerians are and how determined they are also. Not as if they are not celebrating the day, they are also in the mood of celebration. And talking about the mood of celebration, I have with me in here two gentlemen Nigerians, Malan Abdurrashid and Malan Zubairu. Let me stay at their center. I'm staying at their center because of the unique characteristics they represent in today. Though today being a Democracy Day, yet they are in front of Wuse Market. Malan Abdurrashid here is from Oyo State, southwest Nigeria, and Malan Zubairu by my right-hand side is from Kano State. And they are united as Nigerians for a common purpose. What purpose? They are here at Wuse Market. Regardless of where they come from, they are here to showcase the oneness of Nigeria. And in my interaction earlier with them, they said, yes, Nigeria is moving on the right path. But let's hear from the horse's mouth. Malan Zubairu, how do you feel today being Democracy Day as a Nigerian?
Thank God. Today is very, very okay because for subsidy. So this plan for Tinubu government, you are happy because the man is very, very think. The man is very, very okay because for the man is former governor for Lagos State. So before you came, this is president to Nigeria president. Already the man you work for inside Lagos. So everybody, I know this work. So the Tinubu is very, very okay man. Because the man is very, very okay. The man is very good. Now good man. This is subsidy, so no rushing for life. Because maybe it's next time everybody for Nigeria people, so you are happy. Because this man, they work for this is country. So no rushing for life. So from there, all government for this one. So the government is okay, so no problem. So it's better for Nigeria, everybody, they prayer for this government. Just prayer. It's not good, they back talk. just prayer for everybody, because for prayer, the Tinubu they help you this government, this country, so the God they help you this country. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Malan Zubairu there, he said what Nigerians should do in a day like this is to pray for the country, for the unity of this country, and most importantly, to pray for the leadership of this country. And again, he commended the policies of this government, particularly about the subsidy removal. He said as a Nigerian, he's happy that this is put in place during his own time, that so far so good, there is nothing to worry about, that the removal of subsidy, according to Malan Zubairu, is the best for Nigeria. Then Malan Rashid is here too. He's ready to share with us as a Nigerian. How do you feel today? We are marking a Democracy Day in Nigeria.
My name is Abdurrashid Amza. Democracy no be today. I'm on today on. In fact, I dey happy about today. So I know say the way me I dey happy, na so all the Nigeria dey happy. So only thing me I know for our government, may they try. You know how situation Nigeria dey today about fuel scarcity like this. May government may do something about that one. I know say our president. Ahmed Tinubu, I know say go do well for this country. May Nigeria may they pray. Everybody may they pray for our country. Inshallah, 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 this country will go better. Inshallah.
So it's all about prayers. Malan Rashid too joined Zubairu in praying for the nation and the leadership of this country as well. For now, that's the situation here, and I want to tell you that all the commercial activities, I can see movement of vehicles and people to their various places of businesses, and though in the mood of a public holiday, but there are things happening within the city center.
Guarara will get back to you. You didn't complete the information. You're one of your guests from the southwest. Another one is from the northwest. You are from the north central. So to complete, that trio that we saw, let's come back to Prof. Philip Dalhida. He's been waiting for his comments. Dr. Mogalu was just talking about, political parties along ideological lines and some of the problems that, we've seen in terms of identifying with a certain ideology. In terms of your experience, being a public affairs expert, do this in a way confuse the voters with this cross-carpeting and all that? And then when you look at the states in terms of the structure of the parties themselves, governors just come on and then take over the entire structure of the party. You don't even know who the party chairman is in many situations. How does this strengthen our democracy, and how can we perhaps discourage or encourage whichever one, because we are now in your lecture room?
You see, one of the biggest problems is that since the return of democracy in 1999, a lot of money bags have constituted themselves into private institutions. And they've been able to, because of the poverty ratio in the country, they use their personal enrichment, the money they have, to entice voters. So whatever they are going to do is all about money and nothing else. So the political ideology today is not there because the leadership recruitment process itself is very faulty. They are not looking at people who have the good credentials to lead us, the people who has the money to influence the voters. So it's a very major challenge in developing a concept or a new political order. So for me, I believe that for us to get out of this, we must have a culture of a good recruitment process of leadership in this country by looking at leaders who are credible, looking at leaders who are informative, looking at leaders who have good track of record, and then present them forward for public offices and all. But as you rightly said, the governors today hold the structure of parties. They are the ones that even conduct local government elections. They're the ones that take care of who becomes a senator. They're the ones that who take care of who get the nomination for status of assembly and all. So with the myriad of resources at their disposal, they determine who emerge victorious as either a local government chairman, a state assembly member, a House of Rep member, a senator, and all. So it is very difficult for us to get out of it because we're still practicing a political system that money speaks volumes to the political ideology. If today you are a very good person, that if you are presented today, your constituency for voting, the constituency will not vote you because for you to even get the nomination of your party, it requires a lot of money. And that's the reason why, for some of us, I'm still advocating for the issue of an independent candidate so that you cannot go through the rigorous process of going through the party structures for you to be elected into any electoral position you are looking for. But as it is now, it is pretty very difficult. Once you are not in the good book of the governors, you may not likely get the ticket of your party, except if you are extraordinarily very, very popular. You can switch the camp and go to another party. You can still get the voting pattern, just like what's happened in the recent election and all. And it also depends on the INEC. If the electoral empire is very firm and also transparent, we can see that aspect of the governor having swage of powers over who becomes the next in election and all. That thing will be curtailed. Look at what happened even in Southern Kaduna, a situation whereby even a motorbike rider was able to be voted into the House of Rep and all. So it is the INEC that was able to put in place a good electoral process that produces that candidate. If not, he wouldn't have won the election. So INEC has a lot of role to play to checkmate the excess of governors, so that if you deny a ticket in this party, you can go to any of the existing party and you can win the election squarely without any hindrances. So INEC has a lot of work to do in this particular regard for us to achieve the success of a durable and enduring political journey that we can deliver on the mandate of giving dividends of democracy to the teeming population in Nigeria and all.
But Prof, you have painted a very dire picture because you are even encouraging this cross-carpeting, because what you are saying is that in spite, the process is going forward in spite of the political actors, not because of them. And that goes to, we have a political actor right here in our midst. Not to be cheeky, but your party at a point, the secretary to your the committee, the CCC, the committee that came before, the current chairman of the party, the secretary to that committee moved to another party, which even maybe perhaps some of your documents still in his possession. This is recurring in Nigeria, where even people who are driving a party would jump ship. How do we stem this tide? It can't continue this way, especially for the ones coming, the younger ones who are looking at the political space. In those days, the Action Congress of this world even had student, members in the universities and all that. For those who are watching the political space now, they are even more creative. They could even begin to visit us with, more daring activities when they get into the saddle.
To a reasonable extent, I will align with what Prof said, and that is to say that it is about the actors. Two things have been successfully done. Poverty has been weaponized, and a lot of power is vested in those controlling elective positions or beneficiaries of elective positions using party platforms, especially the governors. You cannot rule out their influence. You simply cannot, because they control the political levers within their state, especially in the political parties from where they have emerged. You give a very strong example with regards to the secretary of my party who later decamped. If you had followed the trajectory, I had issue with my party when I was trying to run for governor of my state. And the political process for the primary was mishandled, mismanaged. I went to court. the matter went up to Supreme Court, and I got judgment. Because what was done was wrong. There are laid down procedure within the books of the party. There are laid down procedure within the rules as stipulated by the Electoral Act. And any attempt to go outside those rules as clearly spelled out is an infringement on the process. It now goes back to the players, the actors themselves. Would I accept it or would I not accept it? Since I have an option, I decided to exercise the option that I felt was most reasonable, not necessarily because of me, not necessarily because of my ambition, but principally because I need to correct a wrong so that the party can learn a lesson. I was once the national secretary of a national party. So there are rules. So it is a case of how do you implement these rules? How do you allow the process to run? Because the processes are clearly spelled out. And when you refuse to do what is right, at the end of the day, you are likely to become the victim. If you ride the back of a tiger, you may end up in the belly. So that's exactly how the former secretary found himself. Because there were rules to be followed. And when you want to implement the rules, you ignore it because you are not affected. When you are not now affected, you want the rules to be played right, you will certainly run into problem. And that is the bane of political parties. But the system has to be amended to the extent that it will provide opportunity to check. For example, party constitutions should provide stringent conditions for people who want to decamp into the party. The Electoral Act must also provide guidelines, must also provide positions for you to stop you from doing what is wrong. Because the laws must be put in place to be able to check these excesses. If you don't put the laws in place to check these excesses, anybody can do anything. If, for example, you don't lose anything by decamping, and I am denied ticket in Party A, and I see Party B as a possible way of winning an election, what am I waiting for? I'll move. Even if I'm elected into a position, and I see the possibility of the governor or anybody high up in the party trying to stop me, and I see the possibility of winning the election with Party B, why won't I move? But when I realize that if I'm to move that, I'm going to vacate that position that I'm occupying, I will now weigh the risk. Is there a guarantee that if I move, I'll win back that position? Why do I have to gamble when I now have to, instead of remaining where I am and concluding my tenure as provided by the Electoral Act that gave me the opportunity to have come into the position in the first instance? So these are rules that must be enforced. The moment you enforce these rules, people will now start seeing reason. And again, the political actors, by way of those who run the parties, must strictly adhere to what the constitution of the party says. Must strictly insist for the political parties to implement their manifestos. I remember when I was National Secretary of ANPP, there was something we tried to do. And that was creating a platform for all elected local government officials. We engaged them, local government chairmen, the ones we had, I think about 193, I can't remember exactly there. We engaged them. We conducted seminars to enable them look at what our party manifesto says, so that we can keep on the promise, so that we can deliver on the promises we made to the people in the course of our elections. The same thing happened with the governors. We set committees that goes to these state governments, talk with them, look at to what extent they are implementing the party manifesto, so that we can now continue selling our party based on promises we made, and then make references, because it's easier to sell a political party by saying, my party in this state has done this based on what we promised, than a situation of we will do if we win. It is easier for you to sell, we have done this, we have done that, we have done that, and it is in line with our manifesto, than coming to a constituency and telling them, okay, if you give us a chance, we will win. That is being accountable to the people that has elected you into office in the first instance. So if we now cultivate this habit of making sure that promises made are promises kept. Because I keep telling people that both the party in government is in government, the party in opposition is in government. One is in government to keep to the promises made. The other is in government to ensure that promises made are kept. So for any democracy to grow, for any democracy to be strong and stable and viable, there must be a strong opposition. So that they can call to question any action of the party in government. Whatever is done, especially in line, so that they can challenge you with your promise, and your promise is contained in your manifesto. The opposition can say, you promised us that in your manifesto that you're going to do this, you're going to do that, now you have not done it. What are you coming to tell us again? And your time is running out. So that people can be able, and that is why I think that the framers of the Constitution made a 4-year term, so that you can now come back and present your report card to the constituency that brought you to the position you occupy and tell them that, okay, in the course of my campaign, I made so and so promises, I'm now able to deliver. Please send me back again because I want to do this to consolidate what I've done. So once we have this at the back of our mind and put these structures in place, I think we're good to go.
All right, Prof, we'll soon join our other guests from the Lagos Network Center once they are ready for us. The Lagos Network Center, Prince Kim Animashaun is a public affairs analyst, is joining us from the Lagos Center. Prince, if you can hear me, what's the ambience like in Lagos, and what are your thoughts at this time?
Thank you very much for having me on your program. It's quite calm, and a lot of people here in Lagos are quite optimistic about the recent event that has taken.
All right, we will still go back to Lagos. It seems the signal, we're struggling with the signals. Once it's strengthened, we'll return to Prince Hakeem Animashaun. Let me share a story with you. We were trying to... Okay, let's go back to him. I understand Prince is online back. Okay, Prince is online back.
Okay, can you hear me now, please? Yes, so like I said, the atmosphere is quite calm. Everybody is going about their businesses, and a lot of people listen to the broadcast of the president with rapt attention. And the reports and the comments have been quite commendable considering the events that shaped the electoral processes. But we're quite happy with what the government have done so far, and we are grateful to God that every time it seems that the country is descending into the abyss, certain event takes place, and we are back. And I'm confident that we're on the path to attaining our position as the giant of Africa.
Thank you very much. We will come back to you, in terms of your expectations. Or perhaps we could just take you now that your line is strong. What are your expectations? You heard from the president himself. As a champion of democracy, part of the struggle, to make sure that the Fourth Republic came about after the stillbirth of June 12, 1993. You heard from him. What are your comments at this time? The train has just started, about 14 days now, talking about the new administration. But we know that he himself knows that there are some tough bends to negotiate. But he's saying we should face it with courage.
I'm not surprised by the achievement of the president so far. I've been an ardent follower of the president right from the time he was governor, due to the fact that I was a former student union president in Lagos at the time when he was president. And this is a person that believes in an inclusive and open door policy. So, and he is able to identify some of the major challenges we're facing that demand immediate attention, and he has dealt with it with the experience that we have always preached during the time of the election. We are confident that the president will do more. The expectations are high, no doubt about it. But for those of us that knew the president, we know that he will always find his way around it. He will mobilize the necessary human capacity and resources to ensure that some of the problems that has bedeviled this country for a long time are permanently resolved. I'm one of those that have never for one day lose sleep about the capacity of the president to put Nigeria on the track of economic development and growth. So that's my thought for now.
Thank you very much, Akim Animashan. Let's come back to Prof. Philip Dahida. I was trying to share a story with you. You get into, we got into, you know, the party, the office of a party chairman at the state level before an off-cycle election. And right behind him is a picture of ESCOs. 3 of them had joined new parties and they were campaigning against the party at that time. But their picture was still on the wall behind them. What that means is that it seems as if, you know, it is about what even the dangerous word as politicians say, capture power, which doesn't sound democratic at all. When you say you capture power, we're still talking about a democratic, you know, dispensation. It's all about this, getting to that seat, no matter how you get there.
Exactly, you're very right. Because if you look at even the political parties, there are vehicles within which candidates are fitted for them to get their electoral fortunes. So sometimes if the space is not created for them to actualize their personal political ambition, they will do everything possible for them to realize that particular ambition. And that is the reason why you could see, even if the electoral process that produces a particular governor and the deputy governor, at the time, if they are not on equilibrium, you see a lot of them leaving that particular political party for another. It happens even during the time of Obasanjo. When Atiku wanted to become a president, he left the PDP and got for STN, I think so that he can actualize his own presidential ambition. So people look at political party as an instrument for them to realize their political objectives. So if there are hindrance, blockage in the process, they can look for any alternative at all. Because personally, I believe that any person that has capacity to lead a particular office, it doesn't mean, it doesn't matter on the particular political platform you're coming from. It is based on the individual. Today, if a Tinubu is not even in APC, if you give him another political party, he can still demonstrate and also perform better. Because what is in him, nobody can take it away from him. So personal idiosyncrasy, philosophy, dexterity of ingenuity of propelling forward the development of democracy depends on individuals. And that is the reason why you could see even in the same political platform, you could see different governors, the same governor in the same political parties performing very differently based on individual governor. For instance, even in PDP, you could see some other governor performing like the likes of Nwike, the likes of Odo Emmanuel, Akwaibon, and all. Whereas there are some governors in APC that are not even performing very well. You could also see some governors in APC doing credibly very, very well. So it is a kind of a vehicle for people to realize their political ambitions. And when the political journey hit rock in a particular political party, they seek for another alternative. So in that case, you could see a governor having been in a particular political party, his deputy going to a different political party because his intention to realize his own political ambitions were not allowed by a particular political party. So I think they are very right. The only thing is that there must be this kind of a liberal process within which candidates are produced for primaries. You see, the primaries is always a problem. That is where the money bags, that is where the governors have strong hold, and they will begin to allocate who becomes what and who goes for what position and what. It's a problem. So the people that have credibility, who given free mandate for them to come and participate in the electoral process in this country, were not given because the government does not like your face, which is very bad and very dangerous for a democratic journey that today we're celebrating. So I feel there should be much better reforms ahead so that even in our constitution, in our electoral act, and also the political party constitutions, they should liberalize and make an open door policy within which the primaries are held and all, and then to give citizens a fair opportunity for them to participate, to select people at the various primaries on who is going to represent them at various elected positions.
Dr. Magalu, if taking it from Prof, moving forward now and talking about the dividends, how much, apart from the 4-year cycle, how much penetration has our democratic process permitted into the people, percolated into people in terms of even the belief, first, that votes will count, secondly, in even interrogating the governance processes? Do you, for instance, as political leaders, take the views of the people before going through implementation or introducing policies? Or is it just about your think tank and all that? What about the people? For instance, you are trying to give them rail. What they actually want is your own waterway. And you are insisting on rail because that follows your own, ideas. How much of the people, are you carrying along, since it's about the people?
Yeah. Let me begin by, first of all, firstly saying, with regards to what Prof said, the recruitment process in terms of primaries, for you to get the right people, the party must provide a credible process. One of the major challenges we have is the insincerity of party leaderships and the lack of credibility of the process. In an attempt, you throw up candidates who are not acceptable to the people, but because of pecuniary interests, you find out that at the end of the day, you throw up candidates who lack electoral credibility and marketability. Having said that, the right thing to do before a party comes up with its manifesto is to engage the people. Because in developing a political party manifesto, you must look at what does the people want. Because you're looking at a way or how to reach them, how to get their buy-in, for them to be part of the process. So that at the end of the day, your party can be very acceptable to them. And the only way you can achieve that is when you take into account their desires and their expectations. If you do it because of what you think, sitting back in your office, as you give them what you think they need, you may end up not providing a manifesto that is acceptable to the people. So you must develop a platform, you must develop a system to engage them, to find out what the people need. That's why in every political party, there's a research and development department, whose responsibility it is to engage the people, find out what they need so that you can get it as part of your manifesto. Secondly, that is why you have a platform in a democratic setting. You have a platform like the legislature. Every constituency in Nigeria today is adequately represented in the National Assembly. Every of this constituency is also represented in the State Assembly. The primary responsibility of these our representatives whom we have elected to bring to Abuja is for them to take our needs to the center. Is for them to come and represent our interests. Look at what we need to change, to make our lives better, and bring it up for national discourse, so that in the course of budgetary allocation, our interests are now accommodated. Because not everybody in my constituency, for example, will come to Abuja. That is why we have elected somebody who we have sent to Abuja to stand and speak for us, whose message is to carry, whose primary responsibility is to carry our expectation, our needs, and bring it to the center, so that whenever the budget of the center is being considered, those areas of interest for which he knows where we need it will now be brought to the fore and accommodated. So it is not a case of sitting down and thinking for the people what they should get. And that is why platforms are provided. For those in the National Assembly, for example, they must have routine town hall meetings within their constituencies to make themselves available to be questioned. Hear what the people are saying, look at the needs, because they didn't fall from the moon. They came from these constituencies. And if we have 10 constituencies in Nigeria, all of us cannot come to Abuja. But the man from Kano, whose constituency is in Kano, is coming to the National Assembly. The man whose constituency is in River State is also coming to the National Assembly. And the need for my own personal constituency certainly will be different from the need of the other man's constituency. So it is now when we now all come together, we aggregate these needs, and then look at it in line with the resources that is available to government, and then apportion it for the benefit of the people.
All right, let's go to Prince Anima Shaw in Lagos and perhaps look at some aspects of the president's address on Democracy Day earlier in the day, because he was talking about the rule of law, which is a key part of democracy. He said, he was making allusion to a vibrant judiciary that can deliver justice and strengthen those institutions. How can this be actualized, especially in the current situation where people believe there is compromise in every sector?
Thank you very much. Before I answer your question, I would just like to make an addition to what Dr. Mogali said, that the representatives, the political parties, they create manifestos, and on those such platforms, representatives are elected. I think the duty of the political party is not just about winning elections. It's very, very important that political party follow up with this representative of our various party, because the representatives, they are ambassadors of the party, and if they've made promises to the electorate, they have made campaign promises to the people, the political party as well should follow up to ensure that they actually go to the National Assembly or whatever positions they are holding, and they are keeping up to their promises. That should equally form the basis upon which party candidates or aspirants are screened in subsequent elections to ensure that you have actually implemented the manifesto of the party. That's on the one side. With respect to the rule of law and how very much other arms of government can contribute to the development of our democracy, I think it's very, very vivid what the president has said has been very, very vital and an integral aspect of the development of our democracy. Like, for instance, in Lagos, the reason why we have a vibrant institutions is because of the fact that government has made available, remunerations and independence of the judiciary to such an extent that judges, magistrates, are independent, and they have that confidence to deliver justice to litigants. It is very, very essential that the other arms of government are autonomous, they are independent, such that they cannot be compromised. We cannot deny the fact that very few percentage of our population believes that if you go to court, you'll get justice, and justice delayed is justice denied. Aside from the fact that there's loss of confidence, there is equally the belief that the wheel of justice is very slow. There are certain reforms that needs to be carried out in the judiciary to ensure that at every point in time that litigants go to court, they are able to get justice within a very, very short period of time. Because if justice is not delivered as at when due, it might be a fait accompli for the litigant or the claimant at that point in time. So the president is very, very correct that other arms of government need to be reformed, need to be empowered, they need to be autonomous, such that they can contribute their quota to the development of our nascent democracy. The Electoral Act had made provisions for the timeline in which petitions should be decided. I think it should equally go to other areas of litigations, from criminal litigations to civil litigations, such that everybody that is approaching the court, they are going there with the confidence that they will get justice, and they will not just get justice, they will get justice at the right time.
Briefly, and ask you what you think the low-hanging fruit should be in terms of this administration to further deepen confidence in our democratic processes, as well as perhaps get the buy-in of the Nigerian in this project in terms of deliverables, that we can quick wins as the administration sets sail.
Can you repeat the question again, please?
Based on, our current realities, what would be, the low-hanging fruits that the administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu should target, first to deepen trust in our democratic processes, as well as also ensure that, the generality of the populace have a buy-in into all, the concepts that his administration is sharing with us?
Thank you very much. I want to strongly believe that some of those low-hanging fruits is the decisive way and manner the president has handled the issue of subsidy, and the directive that palliative measures should be taken to cushion the effect of the removal of subsidy. Another area that I, in my own opinion, would serve the interest of the populace within a very short time is the issue of the exchange rate. The proper management of our economy is very, very critical, and the president has done very well in putting up a team led by the vice president to ensure that some of those hardships that have been suffered by the majority of Nigerians are given proper attention. But in my own opinion, the issue of the currency, how would I put it now? The issue of the currency exchange is very, very critical at this point in time because it had affected businesses. And I strongly believe that if that is done, it will improve a lot of things for a lot of Nigerians, especially those in the diaspora.
Prof is right here. Prof, you are a public, an expert of public administration. And administration is starting. It's just in days. We are just about 2 weeks now into this administration, exactly 2 weeks. What would you, be looking out for to make sure that, we get on an even keel and we begin to see the dividends of democracy, as it were?
Okay, in the first place, for us to enjoy the dividend of democracy, we must make sure that all the institutions work. We're in the federation structure where we have 3 layers of governance: the federal, the state, and local government. So Tinubu alone at the federal level cannot achieve without the subnationals. So the decentralization of state structures and institutions and functions, devolution of powers, should be one of the most paramount issues that the new government should focus on. He has started very well, even in the area of electricity generation. The bill has been passed. The state governors have the right now, or the state has the right now to generate electricity and all, but that is not enough. We must have to concentrate on local governance, the local government administration. Why is it that it's not working? The bulk of the people who reside at the grassroots level, the dividend of democracy, the representation is there by creating subnation, and that is the 3rd tier of governance. But it's not working at all. So I believe that what the Tinubu government should do very quickly is to make sure that the restructuring of the system must begin with the local government, should be giving certain independence, so that devolution of powers should be translated to the local governance, because they are the government that are very close to the people at the grassroots level. As it is now, we are still having the issue of state-local government joint account, and the state governors still commandeer the resources that are meant for local government for policy implementation. It's a very big problem. So that issue must be tackled immediately. And administrative reforms in terms of restructuring local government system in this country must be enhanced. As it is now, we're only saying we have the 3 tiers of government. We don't even have, because local government is just a prefect that is being come from the center. That is from the state governors. They just send some prefect there to go and adjudicate and also transform certain realities, which is not even in existence. The elections of local government, who conduct it? The state INEC, which is within the ambit jurisdiction of the local government or the state government and all. So those reforms to take place, and the national INEC should be able to conduct election for local government and all. Today, even if local government wants to do roads, construct federal roads and all, they don't even have the manpower, because the recruitment process is very, very cumbersome. You must go to the local government area council service commission at the state level. They're the one that recruits staff on behalf of local government. So if you need an engineer, they can even recruit and post somebody that read Islamic studies or religious studies to you. How can you use that person to construct road and all? Where you needed architects, engineers, medical doctors. The medical healthcare system that was supposed to deliver to people at the grassroots level must be anchored on qualified personnel. And for you to achieve that, local government have to recruit. But as it is now, they don't even have the capacity. They must have to come back to the area council service commission to recruit for them and all, which is a very big, serious problem that is confronting for effective service delivery at the grassroots level. So that reform for Tinubu to achieve the success of dividends of democracy being delivered to the people at the grassroots level, since he cannot do it alone, drastic reform must be commenced in making sure that local government works for the good benefit of Nigerians and all. And apart from that, the reforms must also have to come into educational sector. Our universities must have to work. You can remember what happened in the last administration and all. Lecturers were on strike for a couple number of months and all, and they were not paid salaries and all of that.
Have you received yours?
You said?
Have you received yours now?
Yeah, we started receiving, but almost 9 months salary has not been paid up to today. So how do you motivate lecturers who have not been paid almost 9 months to go back to class and do what? So in that area, Tinubu must have to look into it very carefully and reform educational sector by way of emolument, by way of increment of salaries and other welfare and all that, so that students can also have a good calendar in the public universities to comparatively compete with the private university system in this country and all. The judicial system is there. The reform has started. It has increased the retirement age for other category of the judiciary too. So that before, I think it was only the judges that were supposed to retire at the age of 70, but now I think other judicial officers too can retire at the age of 70 and all of that. So the kind of hope is given to even the judicial arms of government. And they should be even giving more attention in terms of social welfare packages. Because most of the problem we have within the judicial system in Nigeria will lead to corruption. We always talk about corruption, but when the salaries are increased, utility vehicles are increased, and several packages are also increased, they will have hope that even after retirement, they have better packages. So they will not indulge into corruption at all. So reform in that area is very, very critical. That is the judiciary arm of government.
All right, let me quickly say I fell into your trap when I asked low-hanging fruit. I knew you would deviate into education, but it's okay because you actually needed to make those interventions. But let's look at Nigerians now. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu played an active role in the June 12, 1993 saga. He's currently, the man, leading the current administration, which is being urged to re-engineer Nigeria for greater prosperity. This dominated expectations of many Nigerians talking about Nigeria going forward. It was put together by our reporter, Timothy Yusuf.
Chairman of the Inter-Party Advisory Council, the umbrella body of the 18 registered political parties, Yabagi Yusuf Sadi, was coordinator, North Central Presidential Campaign Committee of the NRC's Bashir Tofa in 1993, while Mohammed Saleh Hassan was a student in Jos, Plateau State in 1993. He said he voted the late MKO Abiola in the then election. They therefore played active role alongside President Tinubu, who was then of the SDP. 30 years down the ladder, so far, how far?
The democratic journey has been on a forward march with all the problems that we are having. So perhaps if we didn't have that experience of annulment and the reaction of Nigerians to that annulment, maybe some people may have also, for one flimsy reasons or the other, upset what we are doing in terms of building democracy. So I think it was an experience, as bitter as it was, that was of benefits to strengthening democracy itself.
All Nigerians should be congratulated, and we should all congratulate ourselves for consecutively being in democracy since 1999 to date without any hindrance or any military intervention. This is
a very good development for Nigeria. As giant of Africa, we are happy and proud of it.
Fast forward to 2023, the All Progressives Congress APC has in the last 8 years tried to fulfill its 3 cardinal campaign promises of improving the country's economy, combating insecurity and fighting corruption. Many believe that Nigeria is not yet where it should be as expected.
One, I can assure you this government is going to do well because they have started well. The first day of office, they have removed subsidy with the promise of renewed hope. I believe they are going to do the right thing. Nigerians will be happy because from the start, I know the end will be good.
It was a seamless transition from one administration to another on the platform of the same party, the APC. Nigerians expect from the government of President Bola Tinubu the capacity to make a difference in governance.
Renewed hope is here, and it's not for an individual, it's not for APC alone, it's for all Nigerians.
Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu is a blessing to Nigeria because he sacrificed so much for the stability of democracy in Nigeria. So I believe that everyone will work towards peace of Nigerians.
This is the time to sheath our sword and give Asiwaju the benefit of doubt.
The period of elections and campaigns are over. Now is the period of nation building.
The cases before the Presidential Election Petition Tribunal and the struggle for the National Assembly leadership, among others, are necessary hiccups that have to become a thing of the past soon.
Nigerians have spoken. They decided to go for APC. Let them come so that at least we'll sit together and move this country forward.
I urge Mr. President to be president for all. It should not be president for one ethnic or one political party because Nigeria is one great nation. And I believe if we promote that unity, we're going to have better development than even the past governments put together.
With high expectations that the present government should re-engineer the polity of the country, analysts believe that for the past 8 years of the APC government and the previous People's Democratic Party PDP government, Nigeria has been on a slow lane of progress. Therefore, the urgent need to re-engineer Nigeria, especially in the area of economic hardship, insecurity,
is done to engage, the Nigerian, especially from the party perspective, in, raising consciousness. Could this be tied to the apathy we normally see? Because we just see masquerades come like a festival, 1 year to elections, you dance, you, empower people doing posters and T-shirts. And after that, we don't get to see you again. You go behind the tinted glasses. But of course, the car you came in was not so tinted. But many politicians, after we see you on the podium, after that you go behind the tinted glasses of your jeeps and then come again in 3 years. How do we, change this narrative?
It's a process. It's actually a process. And ordinarily speaking, you must involve the people. The simple definition of democracy says it's government of the people, for the people, and by the people. So there is no way you can think of serving a people. There's no way you can think of realizing a set objective without involving those for who you have come out to serve. The biggest challenge most public officers have today is creating the impression of non-accessibility. A lot of public officers are not accessible. You can't get them on phone, you can't visit them and get them, like you rightly observed, until during elections. Therefore, how do we address this? The only way to address this is to punish public officers or politicians at elections. That's when to pay back. Because that is why every election has a lifespan. 4 years, you come back again to meet the same people. Then you present your report card. When I was coming to you ab initio, I promised I was going to do this, I promised I was going to do that, I'm going to facilitate that, I'm going to facilitate that. Now that I've finished my 4 years, I've come back. I was able to do it, look at it. I was able to do it, I was not able to do this because of these reasons, which I brought to your knowledge. It is not for the people to decide. That is why the electorate themselves have a responsibility. We have a responsibility to call to order any excess exhibited by any of these public officers or people who have put in public positions to represent our interests. Because the truth about it is that for any position you are occupying there at the mercy of those who sent you there to represent them. So you must have that at the back of your mind and then serve them. Because once you serve them, there is a reward. And that reward is sending you back again or giving you an opportunity for higher responsibility should the need arise or the vacancy opens up. So that is very, 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 very critical. And then the political parties themselves must also create an opportunity, and like what Anima Shaun said, where individual candidates or aspirants are assessed. If you are coming to ask for a ticket for the second time, it wouldn't necessarily be whether the person can fund it or whether the person can buy his way through. No, it's about the one we gave you to represent our interest. To what extent did you keep to the promises you made? To what extent did you implement our party's manifesto? So that we can now use it to come back to the people and tell them, our party has said we're going to do this, we've been able to do it. Give us another chance. So that even if it is not the same candidate you're presenting, another candidate will now benefit from what you have done. And that is why we must make sure that all the 3 tiers of government are strong. Government has a responsibility here. It's not about the president alone. It's not about the presidency alone. The other subnationals are part of democratic development and provision of democratic dividend. There are areas the federal government can be held culpable. There are also areas the state governments have to be accountable. And there are also areas that the local governments have also to be accountable. But then for the local governments to be accountable, they must exist in the first instance. And for them to exist, the reforms must be put in place to make them independent and strong. And the way to arrive at this is very, very clear. You can make local governments independent. You can't stifle them. You can't, the people at the state cannot sit down and determine who becomes a local government chairman for my constituency. Even against our wish.
But that happens now.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. This is what is happening now. So we must develop a reform to correct that anomaly, because it's a major anomaly. Because the local government platform is the nearest to the people. And there is no way you will know myself more than me. You can't cry more than the bereaved. So if I know my constituency, I know what I can do to change the narrative. It's like even the security issues, you must involve them. And for you to involve them, they must be in existence. You must create the opportunity for the local governments to be strong and independent so that they can be accountable. Not when you bring your drivers and your cooks and you appoint them as sole administrators to run local government. And what do you expect? Their intention is just to please one man, and that man who sent them there. Because the man also can sit back in his room and say your face doesn't look nice again. Or now, since he made you local government sole administrator, the way you barb your hair is not in line with my wish. The next afternoon, you're removed. And another sole administrator is appointed. So when we have a system like that, you cannot get proper results. You can't plant orange and get apple in exchange.
Yeah, all right, Doctor. We spoke earlier to our correspondent, Saliu Guanara, in a part of Abuja. Is somewhere else now, I believe, Eagle Square, where, just about 2 weeks ago, it was Beehive. But today, it seems a bit quiet. You are enjoying yourself with the coat of arms behind you. Tell us what's happening there.
This was indeed Beehive, but today I want to tell you that I am at Eagle Square, and apart from myself and my cameraman, nobody is within the premises. But while I was coming, I met some joint security team, though they didn't want to speak before my camera. They told me behind the scene that as early as 6 a.m., there was this combined team of security men who came around for today. And I think later, after getting information that it's going to be low-key, I think they have gone back to their various duty posts. But we are here at Eagle Square, and as you can see, the pavilion and even the state box, they are empty. Imagine now today, event is happening here. I think where I am here, definitely I won't be privileged to be here. And just to interest you again and remind Nigerians that in 2018, this is where former President Muhammadu Buhari changed Democracy Day to June 12 in commemoration of the June 12, 1993 general elections, adjudged to be Nigeria's freest, and in honor of the then presumed winner of the election, late Moshood Kashima, mark the end of military rule in Nigeria and the return of elected civilian government, which happened on May 29, 1999. That is 2 decades ago, 24 years ago, in the current Fourth Republic. President Tinubu earlier today, in his first Democracy Day broadcast, reminded Nigeria, and that's why he sent a very strong message to elected leaders, including himself, to make sure they fulfill their electoral promises made to Nigerians. And he also expressed the commitment of his administration that they are going to uphold truth, equity, and justice to govern with fairness and the respect for the rule of law. I think that is a very strong message from the President, Bola Ahmed Tinubu. However, today is for Nigerians to reflect on the nation's democratic journey, which is now 24 years, like I said, since the return of democracy in 1999. That's about 4 decades ago. And Nigerians, from my interaction with Nigerians before I got to this current location, shows that Nigerians are happy and willing to be actively involved in Nigeria's democratic journey. Fisayo.
I appreciate your efforts, you know, and also enjoy your photo opportunity, because on another day you might not be where you are at the moment, as you said. But looking forward to, you know, other activities. Maybe perhaps we'll see you in other parts of the, you know, metropolis. You are a, you know, you report for us covering activities of the ruling party. But what was the ambience like in some of the discussions you had with them now that, you know, the party is still at the center? Perhaps discussions will lead to those, you know, that merger that Dr. Mogalu rightly spoke about, that brought the party about. Are they still being fulfilled? Is the party still holding true to the ideals that it advertised to Nigerians some years ago?
Yes, yes. I think the party members are enthusiastic in the process so far. And again, one important message I think the stakeholders part across, as far as a day like this is concerned, is that, look, this event happened some 30 years ago, and they are privileged to be in government when the day is finally recognized. That alone, they are proud of a day like this, that yes, it's a struggle for democracy, and it happens when APC was at the center. And that alone, they are taking pride that they are instrumental in promoting the tenets of democracy in Nigeria. And Nigerians too, like they are also making their own promises. Nigerians also expect more from what they are doing and from what is on ground. Of course, they always pledge to build and sustain the gains of democratic journey. Don't forget, they came to power, a particular party was in power some 16 years before them, and now that they are at the center, government at the center, I think the responsibility and expectations from Nigerians are high. And from what we are seeing, at least the successful succession of power, I think that alone sends signal, and that is also equipping the stakeholders more, that yet they are ready to build on the democracy and assuring Nigerians that yet
with the transition of power, smooth transition of power, there is hope for this country. And don't forget, they are proud also to be part of the Renewed Hope agenda. And all stakeholders, before now, my interaction with them, they all promise to be ambassadors of the Renewed Hope agenda. Fisayo.
Thank you very much. I would renew my connection with you in the course of the broadcast. Hopefully, you'll be in another site in Abuja. Thank you very much, Salih Abdul Guanara from the Eagle Square. There will be going to Lagos shortly to speak with Prince Anima Shaun. If we can get him. Prince, you listen to some of the discussions here. I will still hear from the Prof very shortly. But Prince, if you've been listening to us, you have been a youth leader. You were, perhaps SUG president. You were making allusion to that in Lagos some years back. And we have been talking about the issue of succession plan, the path to the top seats, especially in the parties. What's it like? When we see at the younger level, people like you and on the podiums in the schools talking about ideology, talking about leadership and all that. But we don't get to see many take up, more significant roles when you leave school and all that. The guys we used to see, as SUG presidents and all that, we don't get to see many of them, in key positions of authority. Why is there no, positive engagement between these political parties and the student leadership, for instance?
Well, I would want to disagree with the assertion that we don't usually find most of our comrades at the that were active as student union leaders in institutions and positions of authority. We have Comrade MB at some point in time, a member of the House of Representatives. We have one of our comrades here in Lagos, Comrade Ayodele Adewale. He was a former chairman of a local government and currently the organizing secretary of the APC Lagos chapter. I equally serve as the special assistant to the governor of Lagos State on youth and student affairs during the administration of Governor Babatunde Raji Fashola. I can mention so many of our comrades that have been able to leverage on their antecedents as student union leaders to attain positions, not just as elective members, but as non-elective. Some have served as aides to ministers, to governors. They've equally served at their local level, at the state level, at the federal level. But we cannot deny the fact that the activities leading to the emergence of candidates have been at some point in time questioned with respect to the fairness of the processes. I equally contested as for the House of Representatives during the last election. And in as much as we want to believe in the supremacy of the party, some of the events that led to the emergence of candidates leave a sore taste in the mouth. But because it's our party, because we strongly believe in it, I followed the party right from the era of AD to AC to ACL and now to APC. And that takes me back to the issue of cross-carpeting, because at every point in time when, as an aspirant, you are denied the ticket of the party, a lot of people felt the right thing to do is to jump ship and move to another political party to achieve their ambition. I think even though it is not a legal issue, even though it is not unlawful, but it's a moral question. Everybody had the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria guaranteed freedom of association, freedom of membership of political party, freedom of expression of your religious faith and all of that. So it depends on the individual. It is a principal question. And the fact that you are denied the ticket now does not mean you cannot get it some other time. We've always seen situations whereby an aspirant contested, felt, oh yeah, I'm most popular, I have the resources, I have what it takes, I have the capacity, I have the competence to be in that position. But the party leaders think otherwise. It goes beyond just being competent. It goes beyond just having the resources or having the network. it has to do with the interests of the party itself, because the party is the platform. The party is what the electorate are looking at. That is why today we don't have individuals on the ballot paper where we have the political party on it. So at some point in time, what an aspirant might be looking at might be different from what the leaders are looking at. But that is not to say that there's not improvement on the selection process. Like the former governor of Lagos State said in one of his speeches, and I quote, that there's no finish line in the race to development. The fact that our democratic process is still evolving, and we should be grateful to God that we are here, we are where we are today. We have been able to transition from one government to another, and now from one political party to another, and another opposition political party that took over from the ruling party and is now transitioning into another administration, which is a development for us. But we cannot, ignore the fact that considerable achievements have been made since 1999. And going back to the issue of student union activists, being in government, we have quite a lot of us in government. We have quite a lot of us that have served in government, that are still in government, and we are seeing the level of consciousness of the emerging student leaders and their involvement in political activities, which you can see actually played out in the last election. Now, the level of consciousness is so high. People have independence of mind. They know who they want to vote for. They know what they are looking for in each candidate, in each political party. You understand? So, and all of these have been shaped by the fact that the new generation of youth leaders, not just necessarily within the confines of our tertiary institution, but in various aspects of our society, have taken government seriously. They've taken politics seriously. Even religion is a very, very big factor, even though I have some reservations about that, because we have to be very, very careful not to create tension on religious basis. But I strongly believe that we've done quite well for ourselves. Some of us have, even those that have gone abroad, they've decided to relocate back to Nigeria because they believe that this is home. And with what we are seeing in different parts of the world, the far-right agenda, the far-right ideologies, the intolerance for immigrants and foreigners, and everybody have to come home. Everybody have to play their part. And as student leaders, we're not short of expectation.
Quite framed very well. Perhaps we needed to see more of you, in these positions, especially because of some of the conversations we've had in the past in terms of even the democratic culture and the fact that, we've had some leaders, especially at the state level, that have been quite undemocratic, perhaps not particularly schooled in those processes, having not been part of, the struggle and, the youth movements and all that. But thank you very much for your intervention, Prince Animashan, for that. We'll come back to Prof very quickly. We have seen, we called it democratic era and all that, but many of our comments have not been very democratic in terms of, some of the administrators, especially at the state level. You hear, governors in some, states say, I gave you this, I gave you, as if it's your personal, funds that you are dispensing, or, not necessarily, helping the people, to channel, to put, their desires which were sent there on the table. So how do we even begin to, promote the democratic ideas, even from the position of our standpoints, our comments, and even some of, the issues that we've raised earlier in terms of, internal party democracy? It seems as if, we have seen administrators, elected officials become feudal lords, over wherever they superintend. And the issues that, Dr. Moalu rightly stated in terms of having a robust opposition is not encouraged. How do we, move out of this, situation so that we accommodate all views for the progress of the society?
Thank you so much. I think in the first place is the citizen engagement and enlightenment. The citizen has to be enlightened so that they will know their rights. As it is now, a lot of citizens does not even know their rights. When they come for election, they come and vote. After voting, they go back to sleep. But citizen has to be enlightened that after voting and somebody is elected into office, he must be held accountable. So the concept of accountability from our leaders should be one of the paramount issues that we must have to put in the public space. So in this regard, the socio-cultural groups, opinion leaders, town hall meetings, organizers must have to enlighten the society and engage the youth and also engage the electorate on their right that after election, the people elected into various offices might provide their scorecard in terms of dividends of democracy. But today, as it is, you discover that once the governor is elected into office for 4 years, within this period of 4 years, nobody even asks questions. The few ones that will be asking questions are the media, and they will simply pick them up. See what's happened in the case of Cross River, Agba, and Encore. He was always criticizing the policies and programs of the former governor of Cross River State, and so many times he was being put into prison and all. But if social-cultural organizations, youth organizations, religious leaders, opinion leaders are enlightened that they want to curtail the excess of these particular political leaders, they will not become the Lord upon themselves again, because they will know that there are some other socio-cultural organizations, opinion leaders that are also looking up to them for expectations that they must have to deliver and all. And then the concept of recall. I think the Constitution, the provision for how to recall our leader is too cumbersome. The process has to be reviewed and be flexible so that we can, from time to time, if a leader is not performing very well, you cannot just put yourself into a capon of a landlord. If the deliverables are not okay with the citizens, they can initiate the process of recalling you from that office that you are being elected for and all of that. So the issue of poverty must have to be addressed, because sometimes...
Will not be opening another process where money bags can sponsor your recall?
And that is the reason why I'm saying the issue of poverty has to be addressed too. If citizens are engaged, do one or two trade, and they have a lot of resources at their disposal, they cannot be hungry enough for them to be bought over by the political actors. But as it is today, you see a lot of young people who leave the school without job opportunities. At the grassroots level, poverty is there, and all hunger and starvation is one of the key issues that the politician can use as a tool to manipulate them from time to time. But if poverty is addressed, good governance is put in place, and people have job opportunities at the grassroots level, the little one they have, they will be contented, and no any money-back politician or elected official will come to buy their consciences. So it is very clear that traditional institutions must have to play their responsibilities. Town union halls must have to engage the governors and also the representatives, and the students, activists, market women must have to stand up and know their right and demand from the elected officials for accountability, and the representatives and responsive government must have to be ensured. You must have to be responsible to the electorate. Tell them your scorecard. The budgeting system must be initiated from the grassroots level. The citizen must participate in the budgetary system, because most times you see a particular budget in the state or local government level, or even at the state level. Those budgets are unilaterally done at the center without engaging the citizen at the grassroots level for their yearning and aspiration to locate exactly the kind of public policy and programs to be initiated and executed. So you discover that citizens are not engaged over the time in the democratic process, in governance. You mustn't be elected before you can govern. But if government consults you, seek your opinion, and then interject in some of the policy programs and activity that they want to run for you, you may air your views in that particular process. You discover that a liberal process of democracy and democratization journey will be ensured within the electoral process, and also the citizens will be happy with their leaders and all. So it is very critical and important that we must have to ask questions, interrogate our leaders, and ask them, why is it that they don't used to consult their leaders, their supporters, the citizens, before certain policies and programs are initiated? Those questions must have to be answered by our political actors or political and their representatives, so that they will know that they cannot just unilaterally allocate certain resources. It's a unilateral allocation of resources that make them to be power-drunk. It's a unilateral allocation of resources without being challenged from the constituent members that make them to be landlord. But on every policy issue and options, if they are properly interrogated and asked questions, some of the white elephant job programs and activities that they put on there for them to siphon government money, they will never even do it.
Okay, so, let's thank you so much, Prof, for that. We somehow there's still an allusion to the issue of fuel because we still use the word siphon. But let's let that rest briefly before we come to other discussions. But I need to come to you briefly. Your party was part of the merger in before the 2015 election. It was 2013 or 2014 that that merger took place. You felt bullied by the ruling party, as it were, and then you came together to form a mega party, so to speak. But is it that do you feel that all the interests have still been covered? Because we're still seeing people moving into new places. We've seen two robust parties participate, at least challenge these last elections in the NMPP and the Labour Party. Moving forward, would you say, of course, this is good? This is good for our democracy. And what are you expecting? Are you expecting, the parties to, bigger parties to also still emerge in this process, or have you been able to advertise your credentials enough for Nigerians?
Yes, like I did say in the course of this discussion, I told you that there are two clear scenarios. One is when you decree political parties into existence. The other one is when the political parties evolve themselves and then grow. Like you started rightly by saying when we did the merger, I did mention it here before too, that it was a coming together of 4 political platforms, 4 parties, that felt that the only way to get out the behemoth then, the party in government then, was by us coming together. Because we realized that if we continue going it alone, AMPP will win their section, AD will win their section, CPC win their section, APGA win their section. And we felt that the only way out to address this issue was coming together, putting our resources together, planning together, presenting a common manifesto, a common platform for Nigerians to see, and then harnessing the resources of these various political parties. And we're able to come together and was able to defeat an incumbent party, which is to a great extent something that hasn't happened before. We're getting out through democratic process of an incumbent political party. Having successfully done that,
kudos should also be given to the administrator at the time for also
yes.
Right.
No, you must also acknowledge the fact that the incumbent president was magnanimous enough to say I lost and be able to congratulate the winner. Even the former president, President Buhari, also commended him in his speech because it required courage. It required commitment, it required dedication, it required love for the nation, for an incumbent who had the resources to be able to cause enough crisis, to come and say, gentlemen, I lost this election, let me congratulate the winner, congratulate him, and offered him all the support for him to take off and then be able to work, come back for re-election, re-elected, and finish his 8-year tenure in Nigeria. So it's quite commendable. You must also commend that. It goes to show that there is a gradual growth in our political development. The consciousness is rising. And like I said, these political parties are being manned by individuals, human beings. So the human factor must also be allowed to play at different times. Somebody may disagree. One of those, it is not all those of us who form this party that are still there. Fortunately, I am one man who I've never changed political party. So from where I started is where I still remain. Some other people are like that. Some other people may not have the patience. Even when they are injured, even when they feel shortchanged, they need to let you know that you cannot do that. It's also in exercise of their democratic right and privilege. Because if I feel that my interest is not protected, if I feel that this platform is not giving me what I want. I have a choice to move. I'm not constitutionally bad. I'm not doing anything illegal. But then the moral question comes in, like Akim in Lagos said. The moral question now comes in. Why am I moving? Can't I be inside and be able to challenge and address these issues to the satisfaction? Because if I move, what I have done is to allow those who perpetrated those things that made me angry, that made me move, to have their way. And they will continue doing it, and more people will leave. So let us be inside there.
And what's the guarantee of the new platform? Perhaps not to have
the same issues. So why don't you stay there and fight it out inside, so that we make our mistakes, we correct ourselves. At the end of the day, the platform will be made credible. Democracy is a process, and it will continue going. Mistakes will be made, corrections will be effected at the end of the day. Because like America, we make reference to today, it's over 200 years. And we're talking about 24 years. Like when you were talking about why there's no interest, there's no enthusiasm. Don't forget that our people lost interest. You see, when you start a democratic process and it cuts short by a military regime, military dictatorship, the enthusiasm is eroded. The next question that comes to your mind is, what is the guarantee that this one will not be cut short again? It's like having a flawed election. Today we are celebrating June 12th because it has been and has remained the freest and the most credible, fairest election that we have held in this country. And the unique thing about the election is that the candidate who eventually emerged beat all barriers. Is it tribe? He erased it because he won in Kano. Is it religion? He went to the election with a Muslim ticket. And people ignored those shortcomings. Nobody talked about it. Nobody wanted to know their religion. The point was that if people wanted to vote MK or Abiola for what Abiola stood for, at the end of the day, he emerged the winner, irrespective of the fact that the military establishment, they refused to acknowledge that. But we Nigerians who voted, Nigerians all over the world, Nigerians in Kano, in Jigawa, in Port Harcourt, in Anambra, everybody knew that MK Abiola won the election. So it is about doing things and doing it right and properly. So that the moment you do it well, the moment our electoral process becomes credible, to the extent that a loser will come out boldly and say, I lost. By the time we get to that stage, you will see that these things will be running smooth. There may not be the need for you to now change political party, for you to jump ship. If the political party you are involved in is such a credible platform, to the extent that there's internal democracy, that the primaries are conducted in a free and fair manner, you lose, you lose. You win, you win. And the beautiful thing about having a clear, fair, free, credible process in any party primary is that it engineers general commitment. If the primary that throws in Mr. A is credible, every of those ones who contested with him will see that candidacy as a common candidacy. It is our candidacy now, and everybody will work towards actualizing the ambition of the party, this time, not necessarily the person, because the ticket is the party's ticket. The platform is the party's platform. The election has nobody's name. What you see is candidate of party A, candidate of party B. So the candidate can be anybody. But the important thing is that the things that are fixed are the parties themselves, the political parties. So it is important that we, the operators, the politicians, we make sure those running parties at all levels, make sure that the process of throwing up the candidate is credible. And the moment you do that, the responsibility is off your shoulder. The responsibility is now thrown to the electoral body that is expected to do what is right. Do a free, fair, credible election, following the laid down rules, so that at the end of the day, the winner will be magnanimous in victory, even the loser will be gracious in accepting defeat, and be able to say, yes, I lost, let me go back to the drawing table and prepare for the next election. And then once he shifts there, he moves to the judiciary. Judiciary themselves, if there are issues in the exercise of their democratic right, those who lost the election have come before you, please do what is right. Do it exactly as what the rule says. so that whoever even loses will say, these reasons for which I have lost this election and for which I went to court and I also lost in this election are so credible that you yourself will be satisfied to the extent that any attempt to challenge the process will make you look stupid.
All right, let's pick from what Dr. Moalu has said by asking Prince Akim Animashaun in Lagos. Prince, you had from Dr. Moalu's submission, but we need to, ask a few questions from you. We're talking about the electoral process. Now, we have off-cycle elections in 5 months in Imo, we have in Kogi, we have in Bayelsa. What should we bring, what can we bring forward? What are the lessons learned from the exercise in March and February that could further sanitize our electoral processes and help us in strengthening the Fourth Republic?
Very much. Like I said, there are certain issues that came up in the last election that we have to be very, very careful about. And thank God that most of those states we're talking about that elections will be coming up, are most unlikely to experience some of the issues that almost truncate the process in March. And one of such critical issues is the issue of religion. The Muslim ticket, no doubt, created a lot of controversies, and as a result of that, it can be said that the voting pattern was in some areas based on religious affiliations and all of that, which is most unlikely we are going to see in some of those states, because, for instance, Imo is the southeastern part of Nigeria, which is clearly a Christian-dominated area. But we cannot deny the fact that Imo have its own problem. We have the issue of the Eastern Security Network, the issue of IPOB, the agitation for the actualization of Biafra and all of that, which has negatively impacted the polity in that part of the country. No doubt the influence of some of these groups are going to play a major role in the outcome of the election. Talking about the election that will be holding in Imo State, because if you look at it very well, the governors are still grappling with the sit-at-home order that is being given by an unlawful and an organization that has been designated as a terrorist group. So those are the challenges. Then in states like Kogi State, we have a very vibrant opposition, but we have a governor that is up and doing, the outgoing governor, even though within the way and manner by which the candidate of the party emerged in Kogi State has been greeted by a lot of, grievances and condemnation by the aspirants that lost out in the election. But like I said in my previous submission, that what is most paramount to us as party members is the supremacy of the party, the overall interest of our party. We should go beyond our personal interest. And those that emerge and the leaders of the political party in such states should ensure that they review their reward mechanism such that and proper reconciliation is conducted to ensure that aggrieved parties are placated, they are appeased, and they are made an integral part of that election process. But all in all, our political party, the All Progressive Congress, is in good stead. The popularity and the ratings is high, considering the achievement of the president in the last 2 weeks, which has created higher hopes for us in those states. But we still cannot jettison some of those challenges that is facing our party. In Bayelsa, we lost that election not because we are not popular, but on technicalities by the order of the court. And I'm sure that those that at the end of affairs, they've been able to go back to drawing board, they've been able to cross their T's and dot their I's to ensure that there is no repeat of such sad situation that led us to losing that governorship's position at the time. But that notwithstanding, there's a vibrant opposition. We have a third force in the in the Labour Party, and it is only how would I put it now? Somebody that is politically naive that will say that there are not challenges. But I'm confident that our party, going into the election in some of these states, we are going to emerge victorious because the president has done well so far, and it's not a surprise to some of us. And at this point in time, elections in states is the responsibility of the ruling party. And I'm confident that the ruling party is going to bring its weight to ensure that victory is emerged in those states. But that notwithstanding, we are still going to ensure that the process is credible, is fair, and is just, and it reflects the wish and aspiration of the people of those states. The president has promised that he is going to administer the country with fairness. It's going to ensure there's truth, there's equity and justice, and all votes definitely will count in such election. We must give commendation to the outgoing President Muhammad Buhari, for laying the foundation for a proper democratic processes that ensure that elections reflect the wishes of the people, that every vote counts, and to reduce the influence of financial inducement during electoral processes. That's a giant stride. That's a very, very big achievement for our country, that right now elections are not going to be determined by how much money you have, but how much you have been able to convince the people that you have the competence and the capacity to deliver the dividends of democracy. So all in all, I believe that the forthcoming elections will definitely come with more challenges that has not been identified, but in the long run, we will have the cause to be grateful. Like I said in my previous answer to your question, that for some reason, we should, as Nigerians, we should be grateful to God that at every point in time that it seems that this country is descending into uncontrollable crisis that is most likely to lead to its disintegration. Some events will unfold and everything will be resolved amicably. And I think God in his infinite mercies is still up there, watching over us, watching our step and that of our leaders, and it will continue to guide us. But we should always understand as a people that we are a reflection of the government that we have. If we elect bad leaders, then we'll get bad governance. If we elect good leaders, we'll get good governance. So it is all about the will of the people as well, that we must go beyond parochial interest, we must go beyond personal interest. It does not necessarily have to be, oh, it's my brother, it's my kinsman, we're of the same religion and all of that. We must look at the capacity of the individual to deliver the dividend of democracy. I want to believe that Governor Hope Uzodinma have done very well to bring stability to Imo State, and Governor Yaya Bello of Kogi State too has done tremendously well to ensure that, yes, Kogi State too, will continue to be in the firm grips of our party. Thank you.
Didn't quite comment Governor Duyediri, of course, who is also doing his own work in Bayelsa State. But I understand. Thank you so much, Prince Animachao, for your intervention there. I want to thank you for that. But let's quickly go to the State House for some unfolding events from there.
As we speak, there's a series of activities that civil society groups, the late MKO family, all of them having various remembrance just to continue to commemorate the day. It speaks to the democracy that we're all enjoying today. Some people actually also commemorate. It was all of the struggle, right, that make sure that we can have and enjoy. We've had one now, it's only like 24 years. We think that indeed there is no alternative to democracy, and we just need to continue to nurture it, continue to build on it, whatever our differences are. Let's all treat it, because there is no better means of people representation than have representative of people in some of the governance, which reflects the yearning and aspirations of So it just reflects everything about us, and it's demonstrated here today. Culture and diversity, which should always be our unity, and it's also a time for everybody in position of leadership to know that everything, we have to do everything to continue to respect the rule of law, ensuring that fairness, integrity, and the things that will continue to unite us as a people. That's what it's done. Congratulations, Excellency.
The State House there, just after the events coordinated by the Guards Brigade, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu of Lagos speaking to newsmen there, one of which is our own correspondent as well. Once we get some more interviewees, we will join that event. Let's have more reactions from there, and that's Senator Godswill Akpabio.
We are already starting that other refineries are now going to be taking the allocation of the subsidy. I don't know the statistics. Someone is telling me that we want $6 million were being consumed. And then the leverage of this allows because we are actually subsidizing almost all our development presently. We're increasing our resources and we're getting poorer by the way. So today, Nigerians have hope, the renewed hope that yes, indeed, the resources that we are going to save from the policies being taken already by this present administration will be used for humanity, to enhance the living standard of Nigerians. We are cashing it. So at least the thank you.
Okay, Senator Godswill Akpabio, former Minister of Niger Delta Affairs and Senator-elect from Akwa Ibom State, also speaking to newsmen there, is being flanked by immediate past governor of Kano State, Abdullahi Umar Ganduje, right there at the State House, that event by the Guards Brigade. Once we get more from that venue, we'll be speaking to you. And talking about Godswill Akpabio, something comes to mind. They say the legislature is the heartbeat of any democracy. Tomorrow, there will be another Olympic Games there. The 10th Assembly is coming, and of course, some have put their hearts in the gallery and in the ring to be a part of this process. Let's start from Prof. Events will unfold tomorrow that will still shape the course of state for the next 4 years. What are your expectations as we wait for other respondents from that venue?
Okay, it's very simple because tomorrow's event has been finished. We have already known who is going to be our next Senate president. The party has taken its own stand, and I also agree with the position of the party. If you look at the structure of this composition of this new government, you discover that the president is from the southwest, the vice president is from the northeast, the hierarchy, the president and the vice are all Muslim. So the Senate president is supposed to go to the south, and it must be a Christian. So for the party to have zoned that to the south-south, also micro-zone it to Akwa Ibom State and Akwa Ibom, I think the game is over. All I can say is that the senator-elect should join forces and then produce a Senate president that is credible, that has been presented before them. And I believe Godswill Akwa Ibom is going to do well. He's a very eloquent and very experienced legislator. He has the capacity and all that he can initiate good bills, programs and policies to drive the independence of the legislature and all. So by tomorrow, we'll be celebrating that Godswill Akwa Ibom is going to be the next Senate president and nothing more. So,
Prof is sounding like a politician himself, but let's come to the politician amongst us. But before we do that, in the course of the day, of course, from Abuja, Ogun State, Lekun Agbon is on standby. But before then, let's quickly go to, Kehinde Adebisi in Lagos. I understand is at MKO Abiola's house right there in Lagos. Kehinde, what's happening there? Share the ambience with us.
Lagos, and people are gathered here to commemorate June 12. The people are here to reminisce on the life and time of late Chief MKO Abiola. I have here with me the former PA to the late Chief MK Abiola, and he would be telling us who Chief MK Abiola was and what it means to this particular day, June 12, and what it also means to Nigeria's democracy as well, sir. Sir, please come with me.
Thank you.
All right, sir.
I'm Dr. Stephen Olawale Fashakin, the PA to Chief MK Abiola during Hope 93 struggle. June 12 was harsh in Cairo in 1992 because at that time there was an earthquake in Cairo that affected some schools, and Simbi had to donated a lot of money for the rebuild of that school. But that school was not laid, the foundation was not laid before Simbi had to die. So they invited Abiola and his family to come and lay that foundation. And when we got there, we were in his house, in this parlor after the laying of that foundation. And now Abiola used to call Babangida Oga. And the call came in. And Abiola said, Oga is calling me. Then after they received the call, he said, Babangida want him to come and run for the presidency. Because what Abiola was gunning for then was that transition chairman. Because after the annulment of Yar'Adua's candidate, primary for the SDP, Babangida said he was going to put up a transition council that will be headed by somebody who will now transit from the military to the civilian. And that was what Abiola was gunning for. But when that call came in, he ran and left us in Cairo and came back to Nigeria. And he left and went to Babangida's house and asked him, are you truly ready to leave? And Babangida said yes. That's why before I go further, haven't lure your friend, because Babangida is a very good friend of Abiola, haven't lure your friend to run for the presidency of Nigeria. What could have happened for you to have annulled that election? A credible, a well-respected election that was option A for. You have to start from your board to your local government to your state to the national. That means you are well known, you are well rooted with the people. Unlike what is happening now, that anybody can just come from the breeze.
All right, sir. All right, sir. I believe that June 12 has laid a foundation for what we have today as our democracy, sir. A part of our national anthem says, the labor of our heroes past shall not be in vain. Can you say this about the man Abiola?
Yes. It's very, very symbolic. Abiola, like I said, is a symbol of democracy in Nigeria. If not for Abiola, maybe by now we'll still be under the military rule. And I'm happy the slogan of 93 was Hope 93, farewell to poverty. And you can now even see what Chief Tinubu has said. He said, renew hope. I want all Nigerians to know that he's renewed the Hope 93 slogan, that is farewell to poverty. There's one thing we should realize. Awolowo tried it, he couldn't make it. MK Abiola tried, he couldn't make it. I was so happy when I was in Igbu's care, when Tinubu was being sworn in. I was shedding tears of joy that this is a man that has been mentored by Chief MK Abiola, because I don't normally call him late. I call him Chief MK Abiola because his spirit is still very much around with us. That has been mentored and is now taking over the leadership of the nation as the president. I was shedding tears of joy. My only problem is that we Nigerians should give him the chance, because Abiola has laid that foundation and Tinubu is taking over as the new president of Nigeria, as Renew Hope. Many people don't even know that his Renew Hope is Hope 93. And that's why I'm telling Nigerians that Renew Hope is Hope 93, farewell to poverty. We should be happy. If Abiola is alive today, all what could have been doing for the fact that he couldn't cling to the presidency, he could have been happy that Tinubu, one of the struggle members of the June 12, has now become the president of Nigeria.
All right, sir, before I let you go, sir, I would like you to speak about unity. That is one of the things that late Chief MK Abiola stood for. People from all walks of life, despite their religious background and ethnicity, came out en masse and voted for this man, MK Abiola. So now, at this point in time in our nation, I would like you to speak about unity, standing together and building our nation together as well.
It's a very strong thing you have said. Abiola stands for unity. Despite the fact that it was Muslim ticket, Abiola defeated Tofa in his ward. That is the symbol of unity. So the symbol of unity will be extended to Tinubu. Tinubu should also stand for symbol of unity, because Muslim ticket. And people, and despite all the odds that was in place during the primary, during the election of Tinubu, you could see cashless policy, no fuel, and still the masses still trust him that he can deliver. And that's why he was voted in. Because if for APC, nobody could have bought APC for a kobo. If because of all the things that went around during the primary and the election.
Thank you very much,
sir.
sir.
Asking Nigerians to be united and support our new president to achieve all the plans and goals he has for Nigeria, and to also actualize the Hope 93, which is farewell to poverty. Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir. All right, we're still expecting that the governor would come here and also pay his respects to late Chief M.K. Abiola. We would also be speaking with some of his children when they arrive here later. So, Fisaya, that's what we have for now for you.
Thank you very much, Kende. I want to appreciate you for that interview, and your respondent also shared some, experience and moments with Chief Abiola with us that a lot of Nigerians perhaps would not know. Thank you very much, Kende. We'll return to you when you have more for us. From Abuja, Ogun State, Lekon Agbonde is on standby at the MK Abiola residence, where I understand that a prayer was also organized for him. Let's get to Lekon, and then we'll be back in the studio. Okay, we understand that we don't have Lekon right now. Once we have Lekon, we will take that report very shortly. But, I still have my panelists in the studio. Prof is here, and of course, Dr. Mogalu as well. Prof has been, the last intervention spoke almost like a politician, but you are the politician right here with us. Tomorrow, in the two chambers, we get to see, of course, it is the gallop to the gavel in the Senate, and of course, as we normally call them, first among equals, also in the House of Reps. But in the House of Reps, it's unique because the combined opposition is slightly more than the ruling party, but it seems as if there's almost some kind of agreement. Even the stories we've heard this morning, some have even also stepped down for your party's wish. So what is the mood in camp?
In actual fact, I never knew Prof was a soothsayer because the way he was talking about the election tomorrow is like he has spoken to the gods and they have told him about the results for tomorrow. That's on the lighter side. The truth about it is that democracy is a process. Tomorrow, the legislature will demonstrate their independence. People have shown interest. As we speak, I think about 3 or 4 persons have shown interest to be Senate President. Same thing is also playing out in the House of Representatives. So when they get there tomorrow, they have to exercise their franchise and be able to choose among themselves, because like you rightly observed, it is first amongst equals. Anybody there can be Senate President. Their primordial considerations are entirely theirs. Who emerges is entirely their decision. How they arrive at that decision is entirely theirs. So, like every other Nigerian, I'm sitting and watching and expecting that they will do what is expected of them. But most importantly, in taking their decision, let them place Nigeria first. In whatever decision, let them place Nigeria first. Let them look at our stability as a nation. Let's look at a situation of accommodating various interests as a nation. Let us build on what we have done in the 9th Assembly, and this is coming to be the 10th Assembly. So I expect that the senators and members of the House of Representatives will stand firm and take a decision, placing Nigeria first, realizing that they have a responsibility to participate, to build this democracy, to ensure stability in the process, to ensure that everybody is accommodated, inclusiveness, because that is very critical. And if you recall the comment made by the respondent talking in Abiola's house, we talked about unity. We are divided. Let nobody kid you. We are as a nation. So every effort by any sincere player in the field will be aimed at uniting this nation. We need to develop a unifying attitude to bring everybody together. So whatever action we are going to take, whatever we need to do, we must have that at the back of our minds. We need to build this nation. We need to stabilize this nation. We need to build our democracy, because the legislature is very critical and important for any democratic development. So what will happen tomorrow will impact very seriously on the polity.
All right, I'm looking at the quality of legislation to be expected. A lot of, a huge turnover. It was a tsunami of sorts in this last, election. But I understand that Lekon is standing by. Is Lekon ready for us now? Lekon Agbonde at MKO's residence in Abeokuta. Lekon, please let us know what's happening. I can see a number of people behind you. Lekon.
MK Abiola International Stadium here in Abeokuta, the city that started what we call democracy in Nigeria. Today is a unique day and a very important day in the history of Nigerians when the people of Abeokuta and Ogun State in particular gathered at this stadium to appreciate and honor the great man, and gave the supreme prize for the democracy to reign in Nigeria. He died, and the people of Ogun State and Nigeria in particular celebrating him. That is why they are gathered today at the MK International Stadium, Abeokuta, for the celebration of June 12th, Democracy Day. At the stadium, we have the governor of Ogun and other dignitaries seated here to honor this man. And a lot of people have come there, the most pro-democracy groups and associations have talked about the great things that the late MKO Abiola has done for Nigeria, especially democracy. And I have with me here one of the pro-democracy activists who fought for democracy in Nigeria. Is Dr. Niro Madlaolu. He's here with me at the stadium today, and we want to have some chat with him. You're welcome, sir.
Yes, thank you very much.
Today, what will you say will be the significance of an event like this in the annals of Nigeria history?
Yes, the significance is very simple, is that today we are marking Democracy Day. We got to go back and remember those who fought for democracy. Not just the name that you mentioned, MK Abiola, other people, including the current president, but there are so many people whose names were not known, who died for this cause. And that the nation must remember these people by ensuring that the citizens of this country, have what is called dividends of democracy. There's nothing that is too big for us to have free and compulsory primary and secondary education in Nigeria at this moment. You understand? That is the only way the nation can develop. You understand? So democracy means, of the people, for the people, by the people. What that does mean, there must be some kind of dividends for everyone who is a citizen of this nation. There must be a value for Nigerian citizenship. As at now, you see, we don't have that. I'm sorry to say. But we must begin to have a value for Nigerian citizenship, so that people will say, oh, that I'm a Nigerian because I'm a Nigerian, I'm entitled to this and that and what have you, and my rights are not going to be trampled upon. I will do something about, and
thank you very much. It's been 30 years. The hope. Now we are now the era of renewed hope. Now, how do you feel that this the present government and this day to stand as the
Lekon's report there is live, so perhaps having a few challenges linking up, but I think we got the essence of that discussion. Let me quickly thank my guests in the studio, because I'm about rounding off this session, talking about Dr. Moghalu. Dr. Moghalu, of course, is the Director General of the National Inland Waterways Authority. Before I let you go, a word on the Democracy Day before we let you go.
Like I said earlier, I want to give God the glory that we have gotten to this particular point. My prayer is that democracy remains sustainable. Let Nigerians benefit, that whatever we're going to do, let the people be at the center of all the decisions we're going to take or any of the actions. Let us realize that in this new dispensation, that let the people be the reason for which we are holding office.
Thank you very much. Dr. George Moalu is the Managing Director, National Inland Waterways Authority, NIWA, and former National Auditor, the ruling All Progressives Congress. And we also have Professor Philip Dalhida, Head of Department of Public Affairs Public Administration, University of Abuja. So from that perspective, can you give us your closing remarks?
Yeah, today is Democracy Day, and I urge all Nigerians to give the current administration support, because I believe in President Bola Ahmed Tinubu that he's going to deliver. So they should give him all the support needed so that he can be able to deliver on the dividend of democracy. We have hope, and we believe that he's going to do better. Poverty is going to be reduced in the shortest possible time. That is my belief about it.
All right. Earlier in the day, my colleague Musbah Dan Wahab gave us a sense of what to expect, especially talking about, the current person sitting in the chair happened to be a member of that struggle. We look back at the presidential Democracy Day address by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. We'll look at that as we close shop for this session. My colleague, the award-winning Ruth Gwele, will join us and, of course, continue in the next segment. Don't forget to continue watching Nigeria's Television Authority that has been there all this while through all our democratic journey, giving you news, reviews, previews, and interviews. And, of course, we also always urge you to play your politics for the greater good. My name is Fisal Gunfi. Thanking you for staying tuned. All the best. Enjoy the rest of your day. Democracy Day.
It will continue off and on until the military release the result of the June 12 election and put the democratically elected president, who is myself, in charge of affairs.
He craved for it, but could only pay dearly for attempting to lead his people to a land that was hitherto promised. But perhaps not a completely lost battle. One of his disciples is now in the saddle.
Fellow Nigerians.
And so, here is an opportunity for the seeming destiny child to pay tribute to his role model.
For Chief MKO Abiola, the symbol of this day, in whose memory June 12 became a national holiday, democracy is eternal.
Nigeria's democracy had seen several births and deaths before its rebirth in the Fourth Republic, but for President Bola Tinubu, the sacrifices made by those he described as heroes and heroines of the famous June 12 struggle were too much to throw to the wind.
The point is that we must never take this democracy for granted. We must forever jealously guard and protect it like a precious jewel. For a people can never truly appreciate the freedom and the right democracy guarantees them until they lose it.
Reaffirming his administration's commitment to ensuring welfare of the people, which he says MKO Abiola died for, and the right dividends of democracy with right policies and programs, the president says the pains occasioned by his confirmation of the fuel subsidy removal at inauguration is only a momentary sacrifice to herald more gains of democratic governance.
I assure you that your sacrifice shall not be in vain. The government I lead will repay you through massive investment in transportation, infrastructure, education, regular power supply, healthcare, and other public utilities that will improve the quality of lives.
And then, a call on Nigerians, particularly those who have benefited from the democratic process, to so guide it.
I enjoy all of us, to rededicate ourselves to strengthening this form of government of free people that has been our guiding light these past 24 years. It has become imperative to state here that the unnecessary illegal orders issued to truncate or abridge democracy will no longer be tolerated. The recent harmonization of the retirement age of the judicial officers is meant to strengthen the rule of law which is critical pillar of democracy. The reform has just started.
The hope dashed in 1993 is now being renewed, a possible atonement for those who could not see the end of a struggle, and maybe another assurance that the labor of our heroes past would not be in vain. From the State House, Musbao, then Wahab, NTA News.
Indeed, the struggle of our heroes past will not be in vain. Thank you so much, Mr. Bahu Danwahab, for that report. That was President Tinubu during his speech this morning, broadcast speech, marking this significant day in our history. Yes, it is June 12, one remarkable and symbolic day in our democratic journey. And we will say that democracy indeed has come to stay. We have seen our struggles, which of course, the clamor is that the struggles of our heroes past should not be in vain. Welcome to another session of this special program for marking the Democracy Day today. I am Ruth Aguwele, taking over from your earlier host, Fisayo Ogumfui, and I'm sure you enjoyed that session with him. So we'll pick up where he left off, still talking about what has played out in our democratic journey, reviewing the president's speech this morning, broadcast speech, and also connecting with some of our correspondents across the country, which we have seen that also happening. We have a guest already in the studio, one of our regulars actually, Professor Sadiq Abba, former Deputy Vice Chancellor, University of Abuja, Political Economy and Conflictology and Alternate Paradigms. Thank you so much, Prof. Always a pleasure to have you join us on the program.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Nigerians, and congratulations to
Nigeria.
On this very beautiful and auspicious day, the day that marks our historical triumph over dictatorship and establishment of democracy in Nigeria.
Indeed, and if I just pick up from what you have just said, June 12th is very significant from our, going by history. And this is a day that Nigerians, are being reminded of what played out in 1993. I remember I was still a child then, but I could, still remember some of the intrigues that played out. But one thing stood out was the whole unity, Nigerians coming together to elect a president of their choice, This is something that says a lot. Going down memory lane and looking at our democratic journey today. For you personally, Prof, I'm sure you were part of the whole experience. So share with us, how do you feel, today being recognized significantly in our democratic journey?
First and foremost, I think Nigerians should congratulate themselves for even having this day being recognized, not only formally but officially by government. I think if you look at the history of Nigeria, we are a community of people or a nation of people that don't celebrate. We don't even have history we are celebrating in Nigeria for quite some time. Even in schools, history was abrogated and removed out of our secondary schools, school systems. But for Nigeria and Nigerians now to consciously, deliberately and purposefully now re-engineer the re-emergence of the June 12th is a historical milestone for Nigerians. And I think it goes on to suggest or say that at least Nigerians are now waking up from their own deep historical slumber. And there are three take-homes that today we can at least celebrate with June 12th. Number one, today's day, June 12th, marks an important connection between an average Nigerian and his or her own national anthem. The struggle of our heroes past, the labor of our heroes past shall never be in vain. Now, we are now celebrating a political icon and a Democrat par excellence, a Nigerian like no other Nigerian, a Nigerian who lives and died for and on behalf of Nigeria, a Nigerian that put Nigeria first, a Nigerian that sees Nigeria not only as a nation for himself, but as a family. And he worked tirelessly, assiduously, and consciously towards establishing and enshrining that particular feelings or spirit into his, not only his family members, his workers, but even within his political cycles. So that is the first take-home that we are now we are celebrating today. And the second aspect is that in the history of Nigerian politics, not only democracy, even during the military we play politics, but in the history of Nigerian politics, never was a time since independence that Nigerians, irrespective of where they are coming from, irrespective of their own differentials, decided enough is enough about our divisions. Now they congregated and came together in 1993 to say that, look, whether you are a Muslims, a Christian, a northerner or a southerner, look, whosoever has Nigeria at heart is what we are looking for. Yeah. And they found that in MK Abiola. They identified that with MK Abiola, and they celebrated that with MK Abiola in the June 12 elections in 1993. And that, I think, has been the missing link and the gap in Nigerian democratic system since independence. Then, institutionally in Nigeria, if you talk about June 12, if according to Murtada Dem, and Murtada Dem is one of the most respected authority on Nigerian elections and democratic processes, in his celebrated write-up, political parties in the defense, he said that the greatest challenge facing Nigerians' democracy is the voting processes in Nigeria. And in June 12, and that is with all apologies to people who don't like IBB, for IBB now to come up with option A4, to simplify, you see, the nexus between the June 12 success story of Abiola and the democratic process is the option A4. If, as at then, if we decided to go the traditional way of voting on ballot papers, there was a tendency, or there was every likelihood that we may not get it right. But for this option A4, it has three advantages. Number one, it brings very close to the voter the candidates.
Yeah.
That's number one. Number two, it reduced the level of manipulations in the processes. And number three, it also takes away the expensive nature of elections in Nigeria. So you see, if you combine all these three takeaways on June 12th, you realize that, look, beyond Abiola, beyond the historical feat that he achieved, institutionally and structurally also, Nigeria achieved a lot. And I hope, I pray that this current administration headed by one of the most active member of the June 12 processes, and also one of the most beneficiary of the June 12 processes, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, will be able to consolidate and build up on the success stories of June 12.
Indeed, Prof, you've made salient points there, and when we want to talk about nation building, it takes a lot. You have to invest time, energy, resources if we want to deepen the democratic ideals of our nation. But of course, you know, it's a very important day in our nation's history, you know, epitomizing and living on the legacy the late Chief MKO Abiola left. We can only pray and hope that will continue to sustain that. And right now we want to play you a special report on a special democracy prayer in Abeokuta, Ogun State, and Lekon Agbonde will guide us on that.
Political history of Nigeria. It was a day Nigerians set aside their multi-ethnic, multi-religious colorations and united by their common desire to see the end of the military dictatorship, and they voted overwhelmingly for the ticket of Chief Moshood Kashimawo Olawale Abiola and Ambassador Babangida. Both were Muslims, as president and vice president on the platform of the Social Democratic Party. In spite of that election receiving global acknowledgement as perhaps the freest, fairest, and most credible election in the history of our country, the military junta had other plans. They scuttled the process and annulled the election. That year, the word annulment became a lexicon in the dictionary of Nigeria. And that singular action and its ripple aftermath had a very devastating effect.
In Ogun State. And from Abeokuta, I am Lekon.
Our correspondent there in Ogun State, Lekon Agbonde, giving us a brief, historic time on, the late Chief MKO Abiola and the annulment of the June 12 election. Special prayers were organized, in honor of this great icon that we're marking today. And Prof, June 12, from what the president said now, President Tinubu, part of his broadcast speech, he said June 12 is a reminder of the endless future of our beloved country in Nigeria, and that will continue to exist and wax stronger and stronger. And generations to come will always be reminded that the democracy that we're enjoying today, was not received on a silver platter. For me, that's a very strong statement. Yeah. What do you make of it?
You see, Mr. President in his speech was coming from a very vantage position in the sense that he was a member of the team that struggled for the liberation of Nigeria democratically from the hands of the military guys. He participated actively and experienced firsthand all the pains and the thorns involved in the struggle. So to him, and incidentally, Hope 93 now
farewell to hunger. That was a mandate in 1993, and now we're seeing renewed hope.
Renewed hope. Yes. Now, the Hope 93 now...
well, I like the fact you still call it Hope 93.
Exactly. Yes, that's what the reason. Okay. Then now, in 2023, we got what hope. Now it's not.
Now it's renewed.
Renewed hope.
Yes.
So you see, he serves as a bridge between the Hope 93 and the renewed hope of 2023. So what he's telling Nigerians is that each and every Nigerian should place his or her own hope in the unity, indivisibility, and the prospects embedded in this country. So there is hope, there is future, but we have a role to play as a nation. It cannot just come accidentally or incidentally. We must work towards that. And it is this renewed hope that is going to serve as a mechanism that can transform Nigeria from hope 1993 to the renewed hope of 2023. And so far so good. We have seen some signals, positive signals coming up from the President Tinubu that yes, that Nigerians can now go home and sleep with their two eyes closed. Nigerians can now relax and relieve themselves that there is somebody at the helm of affairs. Nigerians their hope is not about running backward now. It's about flying into the future. So that is the consolation that we got from his own speech this morning. And I believe the sincerity of purpose and the commonality of interest that that defines his speech is an indication that yes, he meant business, he is sincere, and what he requires is the support, the solidarity of Nigerians to achieve these lofty heights.
Indeed, and you can't talk about solidarity without patriotism. Yeah, and this is something that goes beyond just we having dialogue to commemorate this day. Oh, yes, it's symbolic, yes, indeed. But it takes a lot when you're talking patriotism. It takes commitment from leaders, citizens, and all of that. It has to do with investment of energy and time, being true to the to who we are as a people. What would you say in terms of your assessment if we want to look at the level of our patriotism, especially now that we have a new administration? What kind of support do you want to see being given to this administration from all quarters?
You see, the support should come from two angles. Number one, and Mr. President has a very key role to play in the first arm of the support. The nature and character of the people that he is bringing as his cabinet will define whether or not it will kindle this support and solidarity we are talking about. Because we have been disappointed quite often than not in the past about the kind of characters that usually assumed positions of authorities in Nigeria. Our expectation from Mr. President is that, especially taking into consideration the various sacrifices and struggles he had to undergo before he assumed that position, that he should identify Nigerians. And luckily for him, in every family, in every village, in every community in Nigeria, there are good Nigerians who are ready and willing to sacrifice for Nigeria.
Yes.
So I think Mr. President, as a person, and whosoever loves him, that is around him, should now identify Nigerians, irrespective of whatever differences that exist, should go after them, bring them into government, and assign to them positions of responsibilities with defined terms of reference for Nigeria and Nigerians. That is the first angle. And on the other side is the followership. And in the followership is divided into two. In terms of social cohesion and in terms of citizens' consciousness, Nigerians as followers are divided into two. Those people like you and I who went to school and who are civil servants, who are salaries, who are considered as petty and or bourgeois elites, and other common Nigerians who are in our villages, or even in the cities who are drivers, cleaners, etc., etc. So the greatest challenge of Nigerians' unity, Nigerians' development and progress, is not with the downtrodden Nigerians. It's with the people like you and I who are elites. We take advantage of every opportunity in Nigeria on every issue to create divisions and crises and conflicts in Nigeria. So I think the greatest energy and resources should be expended on Nigerians who have been to school, who are the elites. Well, an average Nigerian on the street, in the villages, is easy to be mobilized. It's easy to be educated and enlightened. And it's easy to be mobilized towards national development. So I think these are the angles upon which at least the government should look at this mobilization. Look, if you look at this current ratio or percentage of patriotism in Nigeria, it's so low. It's so low. In fact, a Nigerian thinks of himself first, his family second, his community third, his tribe and his ethnicity, his religion. So you see, if you bring Nigeria, it will occupy either fifth or sixth position. So we have to go from schools, from news media angle, from the churches and the masjids, from community gatherings, from traditional rulers. Everybody has to look. Even at beer parlors, inside buses, we must discuss. We must change the narratives, the negative narrative that is bandied around Nigeria. Nigeria is a very great country. Nigeria has a lot of potentialities. Nigeria is destined for greatness. So, but unfortunately, the negativism, the forces of negativism that is bandied around Nigeria is what is drawing Nigeria backward. And there are people who are benefiting immensely from this negativism. So I appreciate the position of Mr. President. I support him 100%, but at least he has a lot of work to do. Yes. He must mobilize, he must first and foremost produce for Nigeria a cabinet like no other in the history of Nigeria.
Prof, it's really heartwarming, to hear all of this coming out from you, and, it's more like a reassurance and reaffirmation based on what the President has stated this morning. We have another guest join us in the studio, a very important one. My prof is also important too. But we'd like to welcome Rinshola Abiola, daughter of late Chief MKO Abiola. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. And happy Democracy Day.
Happy Democracy Day to you. And courtesy your late father, of course. There's a question every time it's June 12th, since the day, it was made. That was in June 6th, 2018, when it was, made to be. That is, June 12th will now be our Democracy Day. I've always wondered what will be going through the minds of his children and those, who fought the struggle for that democracy. So share with us. How do you feel today? This is more like the third year we're celebrating this since 2018. Or more.
Oh, yeah, about the fifth or thereabouts.
Thereabout. Yeah. So how does it make you feel, seeing your father's legacy lives on?
Well, this year's Democracy Day for me has been a very good one. I've been incredibly happy all morning, all day really, because not only has the federal government recognized June 12 as the actual Democracy Day, and that was done during President Buhari's tenure, and that's something I will always be thankful to him for recognizing that struggle and for setting right what wasn't done properly at the beginning. But the fact that we also now have somebody who participated actively in the struggle for democracy, in the whole June 12 struggle, at the helm of affairs today as president of Nigeria. So it's a full circle moment. This is, for me, it's just been like, would I say a dream come true? Yes, I lost my father to his patriotism, to his love for country. As the president rightly said, there were easier options that he could have had. There was no country that MKO wanted to go to that would not have welcomed him with open arms. But he chose to stay, and he chose to fight, and he chose to press on for what was right. And then we had so many other patriots come together to contribute to that struggle, to say that his labor would not be in vain. And there's that line in the national anthem that says, you know, the labor of our heroes past shall never be in vain. And it's just very heartening. It's very inspiring. It's very encouraging to see that when you do give your all for a country like Nigeria, your contributions will not be forgotten. And that's one thing I will always personally be thankful to the APC for. First President Muhammadu Buhari, and now that Asiwaju, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is at the helm of affairs, we can expect that, you know, that vision that MKO had, there is no one better equipped to carry it through than Asiwaju himself. He has the experience, he has the capacity, he has a track record of always putting round pegs and round holes, square pegs and square holes. Prof was talking earlier about the need to put together a cabinet like we have never before seen. Yeah. I am very confident, based on Asiwaju's antecedents, that we'll have a cabinet with highly qualified Nigerians, everybody fully qualified to handle the portfolios assigned to them. So I'm very happy as well for our democracy. It's been 30 years since June 12. It is a huge thing to have come this far. The democracy was finally yielded to us in 1999. This is it. We're still at it. We're still pushing it. It's not perfect, but along the line, we are growing our democracy. We are learning as people. My people have a saying, a child does not walk the moment you give birth to it. So our democracy is growing with time. The Nigerian people have been very steadfast. I wish we would do more in terms of actually casting our votes, because, you know, they say that eternal vigilance is the price of liberty. And as the president rightly said during his address this morning, we need to remember essentially that this democracy was hard fought, and we need to always be willing to keep it alive, to keep it going. So as citizens, I wish that we would do more to you know, take up our civic responsibilities, actually come out at the polls to vote. I'm not satisfied with the voter turnout at our elections, for instance, but we've been able to come. We're doing quite well. It could be better, but where we are now, I would say we should be very proud of ourselves. And as a daughter of MKO, it is a huge legacy, something I am very proud of. As a child, I didn't understand why he had to do all that. Ask you that. Yeah, it was really difficult. And you know, for most of my childhood, I think I stopped crying on June 12, maybe just around 2016 or thereabouts. Even today, as the president read his address, I got really teary-eyed because for me, as I said, it was a full circle moment. This was somebody who was part and parcel of the struggle for June 12. He was an exile as well. He contributed a lot to that struggle, funded it, did everything. He was in the trenches throughout. My father died, but his vision is still very much alive. And Asiwaju, as far as I'm concerned, there was, even if when we were campaigning, if there was just, say, if there were only 10 people in this country that were supporting Asiwaju for the presidency, I would have been one of them. Because it's not, you don't give so much to a democracy and then not do everything you can to nurture it. He has done that. He has proven it as governor of Lagos. He has proven it as a foremost an elder statesman. He has proven it as a national leader of the APC and now as a president, and I'm just very happy. He's coming. We have seen the 2 weeks he spent in office have been nothing short of magical. So, you know, we have really high hopes for this administration, and I'm really just thankful that the people who have taken over power from the APC, President Muhammadu Buhari, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, these are people who recognize the struggles of June 12 and have given honor to whom it is due.
Indeed, and I like the fact that he also mentioned the place of sacrifice, which is a huge sacrifice, we would say, late Chief MKO Abiola did for Nigeria, which we're all reaping the dividends of that. We have another guest joined us in the studio. Let's welcome Yabagi Yusuf Sani, IPAC National Chairman. Always nice to have you. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me. Happy Democracy Day.
Happy Democracy Day, Mr. Yusuf. And this is an important day in our history. And a former head of state said that June 12 should naturally endorse voters, to endorse voters, for our democracy and our elections. And you're a man who have also participated fully, and you're heading a council that is carrying all political parties along and together. It says a lot if we want to look at our democratic ideals for Nigeria. But looking at today significantly, what does it say to you as a person?
Well, today is a day that all Democrats are happy, particularly we at the Helms of Affairs in IPAC, Interparty Advisory Council, because Interparty Advisory Council is just about what is happening today, how to deepen democracy. That's what is our #1 objective and goal. And the fact that Nigeria recognized a day to be Democracy Day, I would like to call it also IPAC Day. And,
I like that.
And yes, it is, because when you look at it from all its applications, it really defines what we stand for. And that is where the personality that God used, for Nigerians to have this day, to recognize Democracy Day, I think there's not enough we can do to celebrate him. Because democracy is about humanity.
Yes.
It's something that preaches freedom. And freedom, is very important to, that's universal, charter of declaration. It's all about freedom. Yeah. So if we have a personality that are identified as the epitome of democracy, I think, we have, or the family also, has a lot to thank God for giving that person from then to Nigerians. But one thing again I want to remind Nigerians about, and I want to also say that the speech writers of Mr. President, they didn't do enough, because when you talk about democracy, democracy is not just about June 12. It's about 1960. There are Nigerians that lost their lives, they paid supreme price, for the same democracy. You could also identify personalities like Goodluck Jonathan that conceded, even when before the elections was concluded, that all those actions, were things that invested a lot, or rather contributed a lot in building enduring democracy for Nigeria. Because, so I believe in that speech, it will not be too much if you mention those in the 60s who also paid supreme price, for democracy that we are enjoying today. And like I said, Jonathan, even Yaradua, who died in the office, those are people that I think should have been mentioned in that speech. But I didn't hear, those people didn't be mentioned. So it's, to us, it's a celebration day. We are celebrating. We give thanks for the life of Chief Nosudi Abiola, who personifies this struggle. And again, like my sister here has said, we've come full cycle, because today we have somebody in the saddle who participated fully, in that struggle. Yeah. So therefore, we'll expect nothing less than full-fledged democracy, yes, for Nigerians. And that means freedom. That means ability to participate, ability to aspire to be who you want to be, ability to be loved, ability to have those physiological needs, which is what democracy promises: welfare, security. And you can know, it has come at a time that these things are so important. Solutions to these things are so important to Nigeria, because it's always becoming an existential thing, to the corporate entity called Nigeria. Issue of security, issue of retrogression in our economy. So having the personality of our president, Ashwaju, Tinubu in the saddle today, it's something that every Nigerian should be happy about. And I know going forward, democracy, believe you me, will have what we call a great leap forward, in terms of how Nigerians will now be, become protectors of democracy. Because before this time, people were losing interest, losing confidence in democracy. That can it work in Nigeria? I mean, does it suit our situation in Nigeria? But it does, because it's such a benevolence, system of governance that accommodates all, because it's about all in any case. Yeah. So I believe having a Democrat like Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, at the helm of affairs today, believe you me, God loves this country, and that's why he gave in to us at this point in time.
Okay.
So it's a step forward, really. And if you remember, even when the elections were going on, when the process was going on, at the RCC Center, IPAC came out, to support the fact that this election must be concluded, and conclusively too. Because it's not about Asiwaju, Bola Asiwaju, or APC, or anybody. It's about democracy. Democracy is bigger than all of us, because democracy is not about today. It's about tomorrow, and it's about how Nigerians will continue to be respected, in the eyes of the world. Because we are expected to lead, not only on the continent of Africa, but if you look at the whole world, Nigeria plays big in every aspect of life. Politically, socially, economically, we are so gifted in terms of population, in terms of natural resources, in terms of how we are respected, all over the world. We are of course described as the giant of Africa, and the giant of Africa cannot assume that position unless you have somebody who knows his onions, who personifies, what the system of government that we are practicing. So that's why we at IPAC, we are very happy. We believe that today is our day, and we are asking Nigerians to be patient with this government, because anything good, does not come easy. And that's why I like when Mr. President brought in the issue of subsidy removal and the other programs that that he has announced, like unifying of the multi-rates that we have, and for our Naira, and other very...
Okay. Mr. Sani, I'd like to, hold your thoughts there. Of course, even if, there's a whole lot we still need to look into and look forward to. The president also mentioned that we should guard and protect our democracy jealously, like a precious jewel. But let's get to Sokoto State now to join one of our correspondents, Usman Zubairu, to give us an update on what's happening there in Sokoto. Zubairu, what is the ambience there?
Thank you, Ruth. We're here at Emir Road, Sokoto, one of the busiest roads in Sokoto State. The atmosphere in Sokoto is very calm. People are doing their normal activities, but the expectation is very high due to the new government administration, both in the state and the national level. And we are here to talk to some of the Nigerians what will be their expectation from the new administration. And also, Nigeria is celebrating 24 uninterrupted democracy in the country. And here is with me is Malam Bashar Umar, a lecturer from the Umar Shakari Ali Polytechnic Sokoto. Malam Bashar, good morning.
Yeah, welcome. Good morning.
Nigeria is celebrating on 25 years, 24 uninterrupted democracy in the country. What would be, how are you going to commemorate the significance of this day to the country?
Pardon? I didn't get you.
Nigeria is celebrating 24 years of uninterrupted democracy.
Okay.
What would be your view on this day to Nigerians?
It's a unifying day. I hope it unified Nigerians, since at least it's a Yoruba man as a president. I hope it's unified Nigerians. Since I've been Hausa all along, now that change in regime, change in government, and it's Yoruba man, I hope it will unify Nigeria so that peace and prosperity will reign and every place will be calm.
Likewise, Sokoto, the new administration is already in power. What would be your expectation?
My expectation is I hope the regime is going to take us higher and everything is going to be better than previous regime because we've been experiencing there is salary in delay, there is banditry all over there is robbery, there is lack of water supply. But I watch the regime are going to change all the situation because I can see there's poverty in the state. But I hope the poverty will be addressed right away.
That was Bashar Omar, a lecturer from Omar Alif Shikam Polytechnic in Sokoto, telling us some of the expectation from people in Sokoto due to the present administration is already 12 days in power, and people are expecting more from the government.
Very much, Zubairu, for that insight, talking about the update you're giving us from Sokoto. We may connect with you again if you have any information you want to share with us. Thank you very much for that. Our correspondent there, Usman Zubairu from Sokoto, giving us, having a feel of Nigerians. Today is all about Nigeria and Nigerians. And President Tinubu talked about sacrifices. Since we're talking about Nigerians, it boils down to we now to make sacrifices, that we should, endure more for the survival of the country, and that Nigerians will be repaid for their sacrifices through investment in infrastructure, the area of transportation, healthcare. Prof, now this is to you. Healthcare, education and all of that. To what extent, should Nigeria make that sacrifice? Because, yes, it takes a whole lot when you're making a sacrifice.
You see, national sacrifice supposed to be built on certain identified and celebrated national values.
Yes.
And these values are supposed to be nourished with both formally and informally, governmentally and non-governmentally. I support Mr. President's call for national sacrifice. And, but unfortunately in Nigeria, the culture of national sacrifice is missing. Now, there are Nigerians who are doing a lot in terms of national sacrifice, but if you aggregate them and now juxtapose them with those who are not doing it, it's like 10:1. So what are the government policies and programs? What are the government initiatives that will now enhance or encourage Nigerians to pursue or to do this national sacrifice? So the first window is that no government can address all issues at the same time. So whether President Tinubu likes it or not, after his 8 years, he must leave certain aspects of Nigeria that is not addressed. So to me, he should prioritize. He should prioritize areas and sectors that he feels that are very fundamental and that have direct bearings on the life of Nigerians.
He talked about regular power supply, healthcare,
exactly.
education.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
I'm saying government cannot do it alone. Let him now create a dialogue forum or a meeting, a mechanism of interacting with or engaging with those Nigerians who have the capacity and the ability to contribute, and now sit on the round table with them and tell them this is what government intends to do, A, B, C, D. How can you come in as citizens now to assist government? And we are not saying that you must come and assist at the federal level. If I am from Adamawa State and I have capacity to address issues in 3 local governments, let me address those issues. I don't have to come to Tinubu at the federal level. I don't have to come to my state governor, Ahmed Fintiri, at the state level. Look, I can do it in my local government level. I can do that in my community level. Look, there are Nigerians who have that means, resources, material and non-material, that can address certain fundamental, basic, existential challenges of an average Nigerian. So that is the beginning. Look, we have a lot of models that we can draw from. Look, you can start bottom up or top down. But I believe in Nigeria, the fastest and the surest way is to start bottom up. So let Nigerians who have capacity and the ability to serve, to share with their own God-given privileges with other Nigerians. Let the government now put in place a mechanism through which those resources, those material endowments, or those ideas, because some people they have only ideas, and they can share it. They can support the government. They can sacrifice. So it is not enough. If I know,
Prof, I need to hold your thoughts there. We have to cross over to Lagos to join our correspondent Kende. Earlier, we were sharing with you that we'll definitely see the events that will be marked there in Lagos State to celebrate this day. So, Kende, we just hear that the governor of Lagos State, Sanwo-Olu, has arrived at the house of the late Chief MK Abiola. So, Kende, if you can hear me, please just take it away.
Okay, it's the Deputy Governor who is here.
Guys, move away now. Hello.
All right.
Just follow me. You just follow me.
The Deputy Governor of Lagos State, Babafemi Hamzat, is here at the residence of late Chief MK Abiola. He has come to participate in the commemoration of this year's June 12. The family are here to welcome him, and also some members of the political party in Lagos State. His associates are also here as well. He will be laying the wreath at the graveside of Chief MK Abiola. It is a bit rowdy.
Dr. Fabri Obafemi Hamzat, the Deputy Governor of Lagos State, is representing the...
Okay, we're having a bit of hitch there with the signal, but that's the Deputy Governor arriving in the house of the late Chief MK Abiola there to lay the wreath. Okay, let's connect back. We're back on.
The Deputy Governor has been received by the children. The Deputy Governor has been received by the family of late Chief MK Abiola. We're live, please.
Please let us mention that
Listen.
Right about now, let us stand up for the national anthem.
Hello, can you hear me, please?
Yes, Kende, we can hear you. Go ahead.
All right, we're about to take the national anthem now. Officially, the program is just beginning. Thank you very much for joining us in Lagos.
Let us jam our hands together and let out our feet. Please let the church people move back a bit. Let us move back, please. Let us move back. Let us move back, please. Right about now, we bring our father, Dr. Fabri Obafemi Hamzat, the Deputy Governor of Lagos State. Welcome to our room. You are welcome, sir. Now we are going to ask the address by Mrs. Lola Abiola Ijewo.
All right. A special ceremony happening there at the house of late Chief MK Abiola. Rinshola, How do you feel? You're not part of that ceremony. I saw you just beaming with smiles.
Auntie Lola is very capable.
Okay.
She's Daddy's first child. Well, she's one of my favorite people, very encouraging. I think she's the one I also look up to, being that she's also been in politics for quite a while. She used to be in the House of Reps. She's held a couple of appointed positions, so she's like, apart from being a big sister to me, she's also like a mentor. But I am feeling Abuja based. If I'm not in Abuja, I'm in Abuja.
But we're glad that you're here with us, because I'm sure you're representing the women. You've just talked about your big aunt or sister now.
Yeah, my sister.
Your sister, who is playing a very important role in legislative affairs of this country.
Yeah, she used to be in the House of Reps.
Yes. So if we want to look at women's inclusion and leadership, this is one issue that we never get tired of, considering the fact that you also look up to people like that as your mentors in addressing the gender gap. Looking at this present administration, which we've already seen the body language of the president tilting, in support for the women and giving them a place in leadership. But what's your take on that?
So I would say that I'm very active in gender advocacy as well. So this topic is right up my alley. And I would also say that even before we won the elections, one of the key reasons, apart from the June 12, apart from the relationship with my father, apart from Ashiwaji himself being a very competent administrator and a patriot in every sense of the word, one of the reasons I also supported his candidature was because he's very gender friendly. As governor of Lagos, I had a female deputy. The deputy speaker of Lagos at the time was a very young woman. May God rest her soul. She's no longer with us. But I think at the time she became deputy speaker, she was just about 30 years old, 29 going on 30. And then you'll find that in Lagos State presently holds the states that have in the last, because we have a new set of governors now yet to make appointments, but between 2015, 2019 to 2023, the 10 years that just ended, Lagos, Kwara, really Kaduna topped the list when it came to women's representation. And that's also in line with Ashiwaju's vision of ensuring that as long as you're qualified, no matter your gender, no matter where you're from, there's room for you in Lagos to come and do something, to come and contribute your quota. And I actually do believe that that's something that he will strive to replicate at the national level. And then if we look at the representative that he chose for the transition committee, I'm a member of the APC as well, so I'm very aware of party developments. If you look at the transition, his representatives on the transition committee, which was headed by the then SGF, you'll find that women actually had a very good proportion of those who were nominated to represent him on the various subcommittees of the transition council. So it just goes to show that this is somebody who really does value women's participation. And when we were campaigning as well, I was in the women's wing of the APC presidential campaign team. So I know, again, there were over 1,000 women involved in that campaign. So women, Ashiwaju has always been very particular about women. His mother was an Iyaloja, his daughter is an Iyaloja. So every kind of woman in every class.
And you are the upcoming Iyaloja.
So like every woman, in every area of society, Ashiwaju values you. You look at women in the private sector. It has a number of. I worked on an event that brought his mentees together, and it really opened my eyes to the fact that even beyond public service and politics, he has a lot of mentees, even in the private sector, and many of them are women. So this is somebody who has invested a lot in developing, human capacity, and he's not one of those leaders that do not include women. There are quite a number of them, but Ashiwaju is very progressive, not just with his politics, but even in his home. His wife was 3-term senator. It's the first woman to spend 3 terms in the Senate in the history of Nigeria, was Senator Oluremi Tinubu. Now she's our first lady. So it just gives you an insight into how much he values women, how much he believes in supporting, encouraging, empowering women and elevating women. So I have no doubts at all that he will do right by women in this administration. And I'm very, very hopeful that the many competing interests at the federal level do not take away his gender sensitivity.
Yes, indeed. Even though some of the women were still clamoring for more active participation because of the underrepresentation of the women in this 10th Assembly, looking at the whole, play out of the outcome of the elections. It wasn't really friendly for the women, but there is hope.
There is hope. And if I could quickly respond to that,
very
please.
quickly, because we have to join
just
the
1 minute. So it's a bit difficult sometimes for women to secure tickets because we don't have policies that will enable political parties to make it compulsory for women to occupy perhaps a certain number of offices. But then at the same time, there are many pathways to power. So even when we don't win elections, we will will rely on appointments to fill that quota. And, you know, beyond just Ashiwaju now, we have our state governors as well. And I'm very happy that the governor of Kwara, Governor Abdul Razak, is now the chairman of the NGF. Perhaps his other governors, his brother governors, can borrow a leaf from his gender sensitivity and see to it that women are also well represented in their respective cabinets.
And just before, Mr. Sani, I get back to you, I know you have a whole lot to say regarding that, because you're also playing a strategic role in that. But let's connect to our correspondent, Dauda Mohammed in Kaduna. Dauda, share with us from where you are standing right now. What have you observed regarding today? It's a public holiday, but significant as well. What's happening there in Kaduna? Tell us. Dauda, can you hear me?
I don't think you can.
Dauda, if you can hear me, I'm going to take the question again. I'm asking you to tell us what's the situation there in Kaduna from where you are at the moment. What can you tell us? Okay, so I'm sure he can't hear us, but if we can fix that, we'll definitely connect back to him. Mr. Sani, you were just smiling when Rinshala was talking about women's role, and you are chairman of IPAC, so your role is very strategic.
Yes, I don't know, but I know that parties have taken deliberate steps to ensure that women are included at all levels of governance, starting from the parties themselves. I know that, like my own party and many other parties, we have like 40% is reserved for women in the ESCO, executive.
When
so
you say
constitutionally,
Mr. Sani, wait, Mashallah, don't worry.
Positions,
when you
yes.
say, okay, positions.
In the executives, yes.
But was it played out during the election? Did we see women, you know?
No, wait, okay, no, now. To elective offices, even at that.
Because that's where it starts.
I understand. No, but also it matters if you have women also sitting at the table where decisions are made, policy decisions are made, you know, for the parties. Coming to the elections, parties also made arrangement deliberately to reduce the fees that women pay. Some are there are parties that say, okay, free for women. So I don't know how much more you can do other than to now say, how do we ensure that money does not become the deciding factor in our elections, because that is for the general public. You know, that is what we hope that we'll achieve with the innovations that INEC is bringing, and
the role IPAC will also be playing in terms of reawakening of consciousness.
Exactly,
to give a place for the women.
Yes, we are. As a matter of fact, we are also bringing in something.
Just hold that thought,
okay.
Mr. Sani. I beg you. We have to reconnect back to Sani, Dauda Mohammed. Sorry, see, I'm calling him Sani. Dauda. Dauda, so go ahead. I'm sure you can hear me now. You want to give us an update from where you are at the moment and what's happening in Kaduna State.
Good afternoon. We are presently at Kaduna State, the center of learning. The mood here in the Mahmoud Gumi Central Market by Lagos Street is that of calm, with people going about their normal businesses. They are taking advantage of the public holiday declared by the federal government to do other things as it may. We went around town today and we did not really notice any sign of activity put together to celebrate this Democracy Day in Kaduna. But here with me, we have Yusuf Idris Amoke, a public affairs analyst with Green Climate Africa, to speak about what he feels about Democracy Day. Over here, Mr. Yusuf Idris.
Yeah.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon, please.
Today is Democracy Day.
Yes.
What can you say about Democracy Day after 24 years of unbroken democracy in Nigeria?
Yeah, it's actually a great time for we Nigerians that we've had about 6 transitions, smooth transitions, which apart from the Fourth Republic, we've never had anything like this before. The closest we'd had to this was the Second Republic during Shagari that was truncated the same year in 1983. You know, so it's something of joy that we're becoming more mature, and if you can see, you see that Nigerians are becoming more acceptance with the democratic system, where we have transitions, election transitions, and we have young people participating, people that hitherto don't care about who becomes a leader, don't have voters card. Presently, coming from 2023 elections, you see that a lot of people are concerned and are participating. So I think it's a very good coming. The democratic system is evolving, is maturing, and it's a good thing for us, not just as citizens of Nigeria, but as Africa, being the centerpiece of the continent.
Okay. Be as it may, we've had 24 years of unbroken democracy. What is your expectation of this new 10th Assembly coming on board?
Yeah, it's not just the 10th Assembly, and it's not just, it's all of the system entirely. The 10th Assembly is there, the executive is there, down to the local government in some cases. As per the 10th Assembly, the election is coming up tomorrow. And like we've always said, we need a system that works. We don't want to have a 10th Assembly that is in conflict with the executive, the legislative that is in conflict with the executive. So that is the reason why we are calling also as citizens on the National Assembly members to flow along with the choice of Mr. President. Mr. President has taken people by surprise so far. Even the supporters of opposition are now having a renewed hope in Mr. President based on one or two moves he's made, his body language, his words of hope and encouragement. So we're calling on the National Assembly also for the election that's going to hold tomorrow, that they should also flow in line with the aspiration of Mr. President, so that we'll have a smooth National Assembly. What I'm trying to say is that Mr. Tinubu has endorsed certain people, because he sees that those people have the quality that is going to help him in achieving his objectives. Talking about Senator Akpabio at the Senate, as Senate President, and of course Tajuddin Abbas as the Speaker. So we don't want to have a conflicting system where the legislative is going a different direction from the executive, just like we had during the Sarakis, that actually threw a spanner in the wheel of the governance of Buhari as of then. So we want it smooth this time around, and we are hoping and calling on all Nigerians to give the needed support to President Tinubu and the 10th Assembly, so that we'll be able to achieve our goal, not just as Nigerians, but as the giant of Africa.
Thank you very much, Yusuf Idris Amoke. And there you have it there. I was just speaking with Yusuf Idris Amoke, a public affairs analyst with Green Climate Africa. And be as it may, he only spoke about the National Assembly at the national level. But be as it may, also at the state level, there is a need for Nigerians to also come out and support the executives at the state level, so that we can all benefit from the dividends of democracy.
Thank you very much, Dauda. I'm sure you meant to say Nigerians should come out to support the legislators at the state level, to work hand in hand also with the executive at the state level, also beyond the federal level. But thank you so much for that update. We'll keep in touch if you have any more updates for us. Thank you. All right, Mr. Sani, of course, from what the correspondent shared with us there, one thing that is, I consider a beautiful coincidence. Today we're celebrating Democracy Day, June 12th. Tomorrow, the inauguration of our legislators will happen, and you can't take away the place of the legislature if we're deepening democracy. Exactly. That is our democracy, so to say. So you were sharing with us your thoughts before I held it about the role of women and the reawakening, you know, by political parties to ensure that they are given a place, talking about the women now. And Rinshola, I know she has a lot she wants to contend with that.
Exactly. I know that we would like to work with her, you know, as our NGO, to ensure that we do a lot in terms of
so the elected position
women.
Has started
and
now.
Then,
you just offered her an elected
Yes,
yes. That's good. That's good.
To come to IPAC so that we can together, you know, move the democracy, you know, forward. But as far as the gender issue is concerned, it's not only peculiar to Nigeria. You know, the whole world, especially if we interact with international development partners and things like that, the first question they ask you is, how gender balanced is your executive? You know, even at the IPAC level, they ask, where are the women? So we have deliberately taken steps to ensure that women are keyed into the activities of not only IPAC, but also the political parties. But like I was telling you, the issue of general elections, that's a different ball game. There's nothing much that the political parties themselves can do. All you can do is offer the ticket, and after you offer the ticket, the rest is up to Nigerians, who now will select or vote for those that they want to vote for. I know that Madam was raising their hands. I don't know whether to say no. But the fact
is, we are in trouble here.
Well, you will save me against me.
Mr. Sani, okay, conclude so that Inshallah, she's been raising her hands.
Yes, exactly. About the National Assembly, where we've not done. I'm not impressed with what is happening in the National Assembly as far as representation of the women is concerned. We can do a lot more, and I'm sure with Asuraju in the saddle, I'm sure a lot will happen in terms of democratizing the whole process to be all-inclusive. That's what we've been asking.
Yes.
That not only the National Assembly, but even at the level of the executive, at the state level, at the national level, we must be sensitive. We must pay attention to how much do we include women, And it's an international convention that women are keyed into the activities of the nation.
Okay.
And then, again, somebody was talking about the executive working with the legislature. Very good. We encourage that. But I don't want us to run a democracy that is echo chamber, where what the executive says, what the legislature are echoing. No. We want them to work together harmoniously but independent. That's the essence of having the three arms of government, so that there will be checks and balances, on the three arms. Judiciary is there, legislative arm is there, executive arm is there. We want to have people that work harmoniously with the executive, but not to become echo chamber, that whatever the president says, that's what is the echo, or become a rubber stamp. That is not in the interest of democracy. We want to have a democracy that works for everybody, that will be able to sustain itself. And the only way democracy can sustain itself is when people see it working as it's working in other climes. So I believe we are making a lot of progress. And I will not stop saying that we are lucky to have a Democrat in the saddle this time around. Who personifies all the struggles that we are talking about to have democracy. Another thing that President Tinubu should really, and is doing a lot in that direction already, is corruption. Believe me, corruption is the bane of our development in this country. It has held us back too much for too long. And people doing things with impunity, and nobody checks anybody. It's sad. That's why we are where we are today. If you have a government that punishes and rewards, believe you me, Nigeria will be far ahead with all other nations, because we have what it takes. But corruption, it has become endemic, has become the order of the day. It's as if it doesn't matter. If I go to government offices and from the megad, the security man to the man at the top, everybody's asking, what is my own? How much do I get? The body language says it. They even say it.
Boys.
Yeah?
Anything for the boys.
Anything for the boys. So this culture must be thrown out of our system, as quickly as we can get it out of our system. Because look at what is happening. I'm happy that the way he's going about it, the CBN, the NNPC, the other agencies of government, we are not in any way saying that somebody has stolen something, but let them be probed, because there's so much that is happening that Nigerians are not happy about, that has made nonsense of everything that Buhari came with. Buhari was not lucky to have people that really, think like he thinks or works in sync with what he believes in. I think that's one thing that happened to him. And unfortunately also, he is the person that believes totally in people. And people are not angels. So I wouldn't like Asuraju to do the same thing. You appoint somebody and the person will be there forever. That does not suit this system, because the system we have is not yet steady. In America, in Europe, you can say you have the steady system. The system checks itself, it checks the people. But here, we respect persons. The people are so influential. So if you leave a minister there for too long, he becomes the law himself. And the corruption, they say absolute power, corrupts absolutely. So Tinubu must shuffle his cabinet and when it becomes necessary, People should be fired when it becomes necessary. Should be rewarded when it's necessary. That's why we're even coming at IPAC with a program. We call it peer review mechanism for the governors, so that we can put them on their toes, so that we can celebrate those that are performing, so that dividend democracy will now be really a reality in our polity.
Okay.
Meaning that we will, from time to time, measure what they are doing, assess them, the governors I'm talking about, so that, because that's where the problem lies. It's not even so much at the federal level. It's the state level. We talk about insecurity, you talk about unemployment, you talk about bad roads, you talk about health. It is the responsibility of the governors. If the content of money going to them, a percentage of it, a good percentage of this is vested in our people, we will not be where we are today. So we have to zero in on what our governors are doing. If the constitutional provisions have failed, we now should do subtle things like getting them to compete, among themselves, so that Nigerians will now begin to feel the impact of democracy.
All right, indeed. And when you mentioned, Prof, when you mentioned anything for the boys, I know what will be going through Rinshola's mind is anything for the girls should also happen, but not in the negative aspect.
Women
and
are less
you
corrupt.
wanted, yes, and you wanted to respond to what Malam Sani was
Indeed,
saying.
I do wish to respond. So when political parties say that they have a certain proportion of offices reserved for women, they usually have those things on paper, but it does not translate to what you see when you look at their leadership. The PDP, for instance, has only one woman in the entire national leadership of the party. In the APC, I believe we have 2 in the National Working Council, and then when you extend it to the NEC, and we have 2 because they included the Deputy National Women Leader, and then when you expand it to the NEC, which includes a lot more people, there are other women occupying a number of other offices at zonal levels and who occupy other positions that are statutorily part of the National Executive Council. However, there has to be a deliberate attempt. When you talk about gender representation in other countries that have been able to attain it, Rwanda, Zambia, maybe some other countries, the Nordic countries, they were able to attain adequate gender representation because they were deliberate about it. They didn't leave it to chance. They didn't just say, oh, maybe when women struggle for long enough, it will happen. It happened because they were deliberate about it. Zambia has a 50-50 policy. They call it the zebra policy. So it's just to ensure that people who are, every section of the population should be adequately represented in governance. We call it a democracy. We say it's a government of the people, for the people, by the people. We cannot have a perfect democracy if a key chunk of the people are excluded. Women make up about 50% of the Nigerian population. We're still pushing for 35% affirmative action. If it were up to me, we would have that 50% commensurate to how much of the population women actually do make up in this country. And we do not have a shortage of qualified women, whether it's in any sector, you name it. We have a lot of qualified women. We can compete on a global stage with anybody. Our men from anywhere, women from anywhere. Our women are eminently qualified. So it's not like there's a shortage of women. What I will say, however, is that when it comes to political parties especially the major parties, because if you look at the makeup of the National Assembly, look at the constitution of the House of Reps and the Senate, and then those who were able to emerge from different political parties, it's APC, even though our majority in the Senate is not that large. I'm hoping we can win more cases at the tribunal so we get more seats in. So it's APC, PDP, some LP, a few, maybe APGA and a few other parties. So these political parties where once you emerge, it is more likely that you win an election. They need to be the ones that are pressured into ensuring that women have an easier time emerging as candidates. Yes, I will concede that truly the cost of nomination forms has been reduced for women. At the last elections, women only paid for the cost of expression of interest. They didn't pay for the nomination form itself. That's fine. But reducing the cost of participating, of buying a form, does not actually guarantee that more women will emerge. And if we look at it, in the last assembly, we had about 22 women in the House of Reps. Now we had just about 11 or 12 who won in this assembly.
17, thereabout.
Okay, exactly. So the number has reduced despite the fact that the cost of nomination forms was reduced. There's a lot more that goes to an election than just the cost of buying a form. There's a lot more that will determine whether or not a person will emerge as a candidate beyond just the cost of buying a form. And the leaders of in the respective political parties at the different levels, they know this. So I am thankful for the concession that has been granted when it comes to the cost of buying the form. But I think we need to do more in terms of actually enacting policies that will make it so, that will ensure that women actually do emerge as flag bearers, particularly in the major political parties, the APC, the PDP, and then of course in their leadership as well. When they talk about constituting the leadership of political parties, some of them, sometimes it comes to a vote. Most of the time, it's usually leaders like governors who nominate those who they want to represent them. So when this is the system in place, it is who they nominate that will occupy these positions. At the end of the day, we find that the positions that are often occupied by women are the ones reserved for women. Women leader, deputy national women leader, and then the zonal women leaders. It is very rare to find a woman occupy a position outside of those positions. So if that is the system that we're going with, if they do it for their male proteges, those who they believe are loyal to them, surely there must be women amongst them as well. And I don't see any reason why, when it comes down to these nominations, it's mostly always men who are put forward. When at every point of the political process, at every stage of political parties, women do a lot of the work. There is no politician worth his or her salt who will deny how much it is that women contribute. So when it is time to constitute the leadership of the parties, whether we're going by consensus or we're going by votes or we're going by actual primaries or again by consensus, it is very key that we ensure that we try to be fair to our women. There is no democracy without justice. There is no democracy without equity. There is no representation without equity. And if we're not doing it, if we have not been able to attain this with elective positions yet, it is key that we try to attain it through appointive positions. And I will always commend Governor Abdul Razak. I will always commend Governor El Rufai. I will always commend Governor Dakpapiodun. I will always commend the other governors who have done really well in this regard. And I am hoping that now in 2023, and I'll always commend Asiwaju, during his time as Lagos, his vision as Lagos saw to it that women in Lagos were actively represented in the governance of the state in appointed positions. So let us hope that this time around, with him at the helm of affairs, with Governor Abdul Razak, as I said earlier, heading the NGF, other governors realize the importance of actually having women contribute their quota to development, not just at the federal level, but in states as well. And as we strive to hold our leaders accountable at the national level, we also need to hold them accountable at the state level too.
Rinshola, there's a whole lot you're saying very passionately, but let's connect to your late father's house now. The deputy governor wants to lay the wreath there at the house. Let's see that. Let's get some ambience, please. Okay, there, the crowd ready and waiting to see the laying of the wreath there at late Chief MKO Abiola's house, which will be led by the Deputy Governor of Lagos State. We saw him earlier before the ceremony started and when he arrived. Can we get some ambience, please?
Stand together and say no to injustice. It is time for us to work as one and ensure that we move our nation, Nigeria, forward. Let's see if we can get a closer shot with the governor and with the deputy governor, whether we'll be able to speak with him. Let's see if we can get the governor's interview.
We seem to be having challenge with the signal there, but of course, you know, that laying of wreaths will definitely happen. Let's continue the conversation here in the studio. Rinshola, when you were thanking Dakwa Abiodun, Governor of Kwara State, the President, you didn't thank Mr. Sani for the appointment he just gave you on national TV.
Well, I would want to thank him for the offer and say that I will definitely be in touch.
At least he for
through my non-profit, and then we'll see what we can do with IPAC as well.
Very much welcome. Very much welcome.
Enhanced gender inclusion. So yes, thank you very much for the
And
offer.
Let it be remembered that it was on NTA.
Yes, you know, include my governor also, Ahmed Fintiri of Adamawa State, for being a gender-sensitive governor.
Gender-sensitive because he nominated a female deputy governor because a woman was giving him a run for his money.
Okay. Going to that right now. A lot has been said, you know, regarding policies and all of that, friendly policies, gender policies, but let's look at it from a broader perspective. No nation can thrive without strengthened institutions through policy formulations, and we've seen the gradual reforms happening in this administration. Mr. Sani has talked about corruption, the fight against corruption. We're seeing the legislature inauguration, the 10th, will be happening tomorrow. Building a strong institution for Nigeria in terms of policy reforms, what are your thoughts?
I think, if I may borrow a statement from Thomas Sankara, he said in 1994? No, 1984. He said there can never be any meaningful social change without some level of mental insanity. A nation can only achieve progress and development and prosperity if it can...
Okay, Prof, can you hold that thought, please?
Okay.
Now, we want to rejoin Lagos. Let's see. We're having an interview there. Go ahead, please.
You don't replace your father. You know, we all know the roles that our parents, mother and father, play in our lives. The mother has a different role and the father has a different role. And you know, when you lose your parents, be it your mother or your father, of course it can never be the same. They're gone. They're gone, and that's it. It's very final. So yes, it has never been the same.
All right, now, moving forward now, after 30 years, what is your message for Nigerians, especially the younger generation, as we continue to forge ahead in this nationhood?
My message is simple. See, I thank God that Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu is now the new president of this country, and I'll tell you why. Because at the time that my father contested, we were not 250 million, as some say we are. We were not 250 million Nigerians. And we know the number, the sheer number, he got in excess of, it was near 20 million votes he got. And, you know, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu was very pivotal in his campaign, even at that time. So isn't it incredible that today, almost 30 years, exactly 30 years after his demise, after the cancellation of that election, that Asiwaju himself is the one that is sitting as the president of this country. To God be the glory. And which is why when I went through his mentoring session that was had for him before the election, I said it's the audacity of hope, because it was Hope 93 was MKO's mantra. But some people made sure that did not come to pass. But Asiwaju, being a part and a focal part, an important part of that campaign, came back to say to Nigerians that all hope is not lost. I'm going to renew that hope. I just pray that we all support him, because he knows he's a man of destiny, a man of focus. He was like I keep saying, was part of the June 12th. He knew what their mission was, because it was a collective thing. My dad did not single-handedly do all the campaign and win the election. He had people who supported him, of which Asiwaju was one. And I know there's nothing Asiwaju wants anymore, you know, as a human, that God hasn't already done. I think Asiwaju, it behoves on, he wants to prove a point that this country can be better, okay? Because really, I mean, okay, you want to fly presidential jets, he has his own, okay? So there is really nothing that we can add. I think he wants to give back to a country that has done so much for him. And I think that it needs us, all of us collectively, to support him to be able to do that. Nigeria will be great again. I believe that he can do it. And I want us 4 years from now to all come back. When we look back at now, we will see why it again. Look at all the coincidences. Another Muslim ticket that people thought was impossible. Why is it that his election, his campaign was like on all fours with June 12? That's, to me, is very deep. And I believe that we will leave to we will live to thank God for giving us a leader such as that, and for using us to vote him in.
All right, thank you very much, ma. Thank you very much, ma. All right, like Mrs. Lola Edowo has just said now, it is left for you and I as Nigerians.
All right, Ken, they at DBC, they're trying to give us a report at the end of that interview with Mrs. Lola Abiola Edewo, elder sister to Rinshala here and daughter to late Chief MKO Abiola, giving us the renewed hope mantra speech of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, which we must all, put in our hearts to relieve again. Let's keep hope alive. So, Prof, you were saying something just in line, actually. Part of the renewed hope mantra is the policy reforms that we're already seeing happening to clean up the system.
You see, as I listen to your question, building institutions is hinged on three fundamental issues in the life of a nation. You need a national value that you hold very dear and which is supposed to drive your policies.
Yes.
You need institutions, structures that you intended turning them into institutions. The structures must exist first, and which we have in Nigeria plenty. And finally, you need citizens that are genuinely endowed with the desire and good intentions of serving their society.
Yeah.
I am not campaigning for anybody in Nigeria. Since our values are there and have been relegated to the background for the past few years, now it behoves on the new administrations to now rediscover them and now reinvent them and sell them to the citizens through policies, through programs, national orientations, through curriculum in our schools, etc., through media houses like NTA. Then we should identify structures that stood the test of time in Nigeria and still have certain fundamental objectives or values to provide in the country. Now, what the missing link in Nigeria is this. You need, according to Thomas Sankara, you need people who are blessed with the level of mental insanity to drive these new policies. Look, the resources...
Mental sanity.
Yes, mental insanity.
Okay.
Yes, mental insanity.
Okay.
You see, you need a crazy person, a technocrat who is endowed with a level of craziness to drive policies in Nigeria. Yes, that's what I'm saying, in a positive way. Look, let me give an example. Like I hate calling names. You need people like Erufai and Wike. You understand? Inherently, they have that mental insanity in them to push towards an objective, towards a destination. So, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu has been there for quite some time. 30 years is not a joke in Nigerian history. He has been there since 1993. He was a senator. He was a governor. He weathered the storm as a politician and as a Democrat. Now he's the president of Nigeria. And he has no business or any excuse to fail. By now, I think his diaries are filled up with Nigerians who he believes have that particular endowment. Look, Nigeria doesn't need good guys to provide solutions. Nigeria respects people who are crazy and who are mentally sound in a positive way. And that's what is lacking. So institution building doesn't come accidentally or incidentally. It must come based on a clear-cut national interest and national agenda. And I think this is what Bola Ahmed should do. And I have confidence, from a political science point of view, understanding, that Bola Ahmed possesses those particular credentials. All that is required for him is for Nigerians to come out and support him. Give this support that they're talking about. This sacrifice has been hammering for the past 1 hour. Nigerians must come out, citizens, not elites. Not elites like Sani, IPAC chairman. Not a list like Risola, Sadiq Abba. The common man in the villages, in the communities. No, you are not an elite. You are just an aspiring elite. But at least, to be sincere, we need Nigerians to come out on the street and reassure Bola Ahmed Tinubu that, look, nothing will happen to you. Go ahead. Change this country for the better. We are solidly behind you. That is what is lacking. So he can build, and I don't subscribe to the illogicality of Barack Obama that Africa needs strong institutions, not strong men. Strong men build strong institutions.
Indeed.
The strong institution does not fall from heaven through rain. It is strong men like Sani, like Risola, like you, like I that build strong institutions. So let him identify strong Nigerians with capability and ability. And I'm happy in his independence when he said he's not going to provide government of national unity. He's going to provide government of national capacity. You understand? He identified people with capacity to assign duties to them. So that is the fastest and the surest way of at least building institutions in Nigeria. And like Yabagi said, the gap between good institutions and national progress is the corruption. If you can address not corruption, I'm going to fight corruption. It's not like this. You should be able to provide policy and like reward and punishment. This thing. So that at least those who go out of their way to shortcut, to change the system will be severely punished. Okay. And those who sacrifice and who support him towards achieving his goal should be adequately compensated and rewarded. That's the best way to address national.
Indeed, competence, credibility says a lot. And when you were saying strong men build strong institutions, you should also say strong women, you know, adding to that, because we have strong women who can build strong institutions. And we have a strong woman, actually, in Maiduguri. One of our correspondents, Zainab, she wants to give us an update on what's happening there in Borno State. Okay. Zainab, what's happening at your end? Tell us.
Reminder for Nigerians to rededicate themselves for good in service and continue bonding in love and unity for good governance to prevail. Here with me is a civil society activist, Ambassador Ahmed Shehu, who is going to tell us how citizens have geared up in this onerous task of nation building and hopes in new governments at the center.
Thank you for the opportunity. The June 12th is a moment that we all need to celebrate, because this is a moment where we have heroes and heroines who have sacrificed their life to democracy, and they are no more. So I think giving this day a special day for us to sit down and reflect is something that we all have to consider. And for this day to be set aside as a public holiday, I think it's a good omen for all of us. Then having a new, this is the first June 12th for this government that came on board. I think this government came at a moment when we have the last hope as a country in Nigeria. So what we are all looking for is a renewed hope, as stated by the President in his speech this morning. We are looking for a new commitment and a trust, especially the government has started in a good footing, where we have seen a lot of 11 different agendas that were actualized. Talking about the subsidy also is one thing that we all need to come together toward in the drawing board toward ensuring that the citizens' voice are listened to. I think we are all in support of most of these reforms that are being produced and being sustained, especially about the subsidy. As a civil society actor, I am calling for, when you talk about the subsidy and then the wages issue, it's not only about those that are working. Let's have the civil society on the ground when we are designing the palliative, and let's have this hope that the government and the people are coming with. I think it's a moment that we all have to join together to unite as a country to support the government, so that we can have a Nigeria that all of us will be proud of. And those people that have worked for June 12th, this is a moment for them. Even when they are no more in this world, they can be able to remember that the efforts they put is not in vain, and Nigerians are always remembering them. And for the president, the only way for him to appease the ghost of those people that die for democracy is to provide effective leadership in this moment, so that we will always be proud of the mandate that we have given them.
And that does it from here. It is hoped that citizens and government officials will have it at their mind that with every right comes responsibility. I remain Zainab Adam from Maiduguri.
Thank you very much, Zainab. Indeed, there is responsibility when it comes to leadership. Thank you so much. Thank you. Our correspondent there giving us update and speaking to Mr. Sani, when I saw the civil society person there, it just gives a sense of hope that everybody's being carried along and they're understanding, Nigerians are beginning to understand their own role in nation building, which is actually the beauty of our democracy. And part of the president broadcast this morning, he said, when you win, those who won today, talking about election, can lose tomorrow. And those who lose tomorrow can always have an opportunity to compete favorably. If we want to look at the diehard spirit of Nigerians, translating it to our, patriotic values and democratic ideals, Prof here was talking about reforms, policy reforms, and building strong institutions, the role of political parties in that aspect.
Yeah, well, political parties are they are the fundamental institution in the building of democracy and good governance, actually. So the role of political parties cannot be underestimated. And of course, there's a very strong nexus between politics and economy. That's why what Prof was saying about building strong institutions is very, very germane to having an enduring democracy. If your economy is not performing, there's no way. A hungry man is an angry person. Yes. So you have to be able to deliver, and the only way you can deliver is when you have a functioning economy that can take care of some of these basic needs, that governs the thinking and action of every human being. So again, when we talk about strong institutions, I remember we talk about National Assembly. Believe me, National Assembly is very, very important in how governance itself and how you get people to buy into supporting the government, because laws governs our activities. That's why we have a constitutional democracy, isn't it? But believe the Ninth Assembly, I'm not impressed with their performance. Believe with me.
Why?
A lot of corruption, was at display.
But they have been adjudged to be the legislators.
Well, those who don't know, but I'm telling you.
Sorry, let me just hold your thought.
Yes.
To produce the highest number of bills that are impacting on Nigerians.
Wrongly, because take it even from the two bills they've been laundering. They were saying that they have done this Electoral Act 2022, PIA. Let me take it from PIA. PIA, I've always said, it's a swindle against the people of this country. Believe you me, by those in the oil and gas sector. PIA is supposed to introduce openness, transparency, accountability, good governance. What they told us about PIA is that the industry was opaque. It was not open. It was a closed kind of thing, mystery and all these things. So PIA was to open up the industry for everybody to see what is happening. How much of what is happening in the industry do you know today? You see, before the coming of PIA, the industry was run in a way that you have other agencies of government that were supervising the operations of the oil and gas sector. Then you now come with PIA and ousted all these agencies that nobody should come into that, should have anything to do with that industry, even against the international best practice and against the principle of civil service. No agency of government can start a business, a transaction, and end it without another agency checking. That is not happening today in the oil and gas sector. Before the coming of PIA, it was happening. They removed those agencies of government. And today it's they just do whatever they like, and then they report to government what they want the government to hear. So that's why I'm saying it was a swindle. The Electoral Act, look at where it has put us. There are areas that they deliberately did not allow the Electoral Act to be enacted in the manner that the Nigerians were expecting. The Nigerians were thinking that to be in the law, that transmission of the results from the polling units to the portal of INEC will be something expressly in the law. How did they manage not to put it there? That INEC has to now do another what do you call it, regulation, I mean their own regulations, which they said is not, something that they felt. If it was in the law, it would have been something that must be done. So the whole thing was like taking Nigerians for a ride. So I'm saying this because this coming National Assembly should work for Nigerians. They shouldn't think people don't know what is happening. When the Prof was talking about strong institutions cannot happen unless you have laws that are strong, that are made to serve the people, not to serve certain few individuals in some interest groups. That's what happened in the case of Electoral Law, Electoral Act 2022, in the case of PIA that they are celebrating. So the question is this: the man we have today in the saddle, believe you me, I keep saying that we are lucky in this country to have somebody who, like Prof was saying, he's a very courageous man. Look at what happened, few days or few weeks to the elections, how a lot of the stumbling blocks were brought into the system. Look at how he bulldozer his way through all those things. So that kind of person you want. This is the person that came to be a candidate on his own steam. So that's the kind of person you want. So he doesn't owe it to anybody, not to say, no, I can't do this because that person supported me before I became the president. No, that is not the case here. Which was the kind of case we are having before this time. So that's why I know we are going to have strong institutions, and National Assembly must be aware that some of us know, and many of us know what is happening when they come out with such laws. They should not be maneuvering, deceiving themselves, thinking that they're deceiving the people. And that's why it worked against them. That's why most of them, 75% of them couldn't come back. So because of what they did, they were not forthright, they were not honest, with the country. And if we need strong institutions, it must start from the laws, because you can't have any institution that can operate on its own without backing it with an act of parliament.
Indeed, and I'm glad the president mentioned that his administration will be run by the rule of law.
Exactly.
He said despite, our bitter electoral contestations or interminable wranglings, people have testified that it says a lot about our legacy and values. We'll continue to talk about this. We'll continue to put trust in our country and confidence, because that's the only way we can grow democratically. We want to bring you a special report. You saw one part of it earlier, talking about part of activities to commemorate the June 12. That's the Democracy Day in Ogun State. A special prayer, we told you earlier, was organized. Now, here's a full package of that. Let's see it.
The Ojagbo area of Abeokuta, where the family house of the great hero of democracy, late Moshood Kashima Wolawale Abiola, is situated, played host to Muslim Umars, joined by family members and representatives of the state government, led by the Deputy Governor Noimo Salako Oyedele, for prayer for the repose of the soul of the departed hero of democracy. The Mufasir of Bagura land, Alhaji Dahoud Toriola, led the prayer session. The Deputy Governor, Noimo Salako Oyedele, enjoined the people to ensure that the vision of late MKO Abiola come to reality by giving their support to the administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu at the federal level and Dapo Abiodun administration at the state level.
His Excellency, Mr. President Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu had addressed the country earlier today. He has promised us that we look forward to increased development in the country, increased investment in infrastructure, in healthcare, education, and all the amenities that will make Nigeria a much better country for all of us.
The secretary to the Abiola family, Hamid Abiola, thanked the government on behalf of the family for the honor done to the late MKO Abiola and, by extension, the family.
We hope that, God's willing, this government would use the opportunity, to be able to secure, opportunities for not only the Abiola family, but the generality of Nigerians. Perhaps by providing more infrastructure, job opportunities, incentives, just so that every Nigerian is happy.
At the MKO Abiola International Stadium later on, the people will gather there for other programs that have been slated for the celebration of Democracy Day in Ogun State. From Abeokuta, I am Lekon Agbonde.
Thank you, Lekon, for that. A special prayer there organized in memory of late Chief MKO Abiola. We'll continue to talk about him as long as his legacy lives on, which has come to stay, because June 12 has come to stay. Rinshala, epitomizing a man like your father, you know, looking at his leadership qualities, many will wonder who don't really know him. And actually, just to bring to your notification, at the top of the hour, we're going to be sharing with you a special documentary for you to know the man. Talking about now, not MKO Abiola, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. A lot of similarities we've had, you know, about the late Chief MKO Abiola and President Tinubu. But if you didn't know much about him, I want to beg you to please stay tuned to the network service of the NTA. A special documentary will be coming up at 2 p.m. To share with you his journey, his democratic journey to where he is today. So back to you, Rinshala. Yes. We're talking about the attributes of your late father. He was a philanthropist to put the welfare of the people in his heart. Yes. Going by the leadership qualities of your father, what kind of leadership qualities do you want to see being epitomized?
So as you rightly noted, MKO was all about the people. He was from a very humble background himself. And I think that really informed his activities when he attained success. He always remembered to care for others, to give back, to prioritize the feelings of others and the welfare of other people. And as Asiwaju reminded us during his address, his Democracy Day address, that you know, his manifesto was farewell to poverty. And that just goes to show that he was very concerned about the welfare of the people. And this is a quality that Asiwaju also shares. If you listen to his statements he made even before he was inaugurated, his inaugural address, his address today for Democracy Day, he talked about welfare, about providing opportunities, about creating jobs, investing in the key sectors of the economy, education, healthcare, transportation. He understands clearly that removing the subsidy, for instance, would have rather severe effects on a section of our population, but these are decisions that need to be made. Yeah. So in as much as he does have the welfare of the people at heart, he's also a leader that can take decisive action, someone who can offer decisive, effective leadership. And so far, one thing, I think someone mentioned it, I think it was the man who was interviewed in Kaduna, about the fact that even those in the opposition are commending his effort. The sincerity of purpose, you can see that this is a man who was prepared to take over the mantle of leadership, because since he has, someone said, I saw it on social media, a comment about how Asiwaju didn't hit the ground running, he hit the ground flying, basically, because he already knew what he wanted to do, and he knew that he had to get it done. And so far, with the appointment of his chief of staff, he's surrounding himself with competent people. So these are qualities that also give me, that put my heart at rest, that truly our hope has been renewed. MKO was about the people, he was about welfare, he was about justice, he was about equity, he was about standing for what is right and doing what is right, irrespective of the cost to him as a person. MKO was about doing the right thing for Nigeria and Nigerians. It wasn't about his comfort, it wasn't about his well-being. Asiwaju, as my sister rightly noted, Mrs. Lola Abiola Idewo, he's giving back. You know, this is somebody who has been at the forefront, who has given the decades of his life to Nigeria's democracy, decades of his life to Nigeria. Even out when he left office as governor of Lagos, he never aspired to anything else. He just stayed, you know, built relationships, built bridges across the country, contributed to Nigeria's democracy. It was part of his efforts that saw to, you know, an opposition parties coming together, wresting power from the then ruling party, the PDP, trying to give Nigerians a new lease of life when it comes to our democracy, redefining it, a Democrat in every sense of the word. So this is somebody who has lived his ideals, the things that he says, a Democrat through and through in every way, and now he is at the helm of affairs. And I'm just confident that all these qualities that my father had, that you know, God did not God did not destine that he would apply those qualities in the leadership of this country. I am happy that those qualities are also vested in Asiwaju, and that we can actually now begin to see, you know, that whole Hope 93, the farewell to poverty, and the renewed hope agenda come to fruition for our people.
Prof, you were paying keen attention to Rinshala. Yeah. You want to respond to that, especially in the conduct of our politicians today, today's politician, leadership qualities. It's very important if we're talking good governance.
I think, to me, though I sound to be corrected, I think our greatest challenge in Nigeria is not even corruption. It's about complete absence of leadership. And this leaves us from family to the presidency. So Nigeria is facing a very serious challenge. So there's a leadership gap in Nigeria, and it has to be filled. Otherwise, we're only deceiving ourselves. And I believe the challenge must start from the family, from schools, from the media. It goes to the religious institutions, political parties. The leadership, the candidate selection process in our political parties must change for the better. And Nigerian citizens must also dedicate and re-educate themselves on the need for voter education, to vote based on national interest rather than personal gains. So these are some of the issues. But personally, if the president wants to industrialize Nigeria, if the president wants to at least kickstart the process of economic recovery and development, I think the first point of starting point is Ajakuta Industrial Complex. Please, myself, on behalf of National Political Science Association of Nigeria, on behalf of Social Science Academy of Nigeria, on behalf of academic community that works for the emergence of Bola Ahmed Tinubu as president, we beg that he should intervene in the affairs of Ajakuta Industrial Complex. He should find Nigerians who have the capacity and the technical ability to understand the dynamics of steel company and now intervene in that particular industry. This is the safest and the fastest way through which we can industrialize Nigeria. All the promises that government is making from state to federal that they are going to create jobs is going to be a mirage, a deception, a deceit, unless and until we put Ajakuta on its right track. Thank you very much.
Mr. Sani, and from what Prof has said, industrialization, during the president's inauguration speech, I remember he made a mention of industrialization. And you can't restructure a system. You can't make the reforms work without, that getting strategic key areas in place and running. So from your perspective, what are the areas of concern, this present administration should also touch light on?
Yeah, well, like the Prof has said, Ajakuta must be, because that is the backbone of industrialization. And that's why I'm sure previous government spent so much money, billions, I'm sure they spent on that complex. Another is the AKK, this gas transmission pipeline that they're building for Ajakuta, also again to Kaduna, Kano, and then all the way to Morocco. I think gas must be brought to where it's supposed to be in this country, so that cooking, motor vehicles, industries should be run, predominantly on gas, because we have so much. We're a gas country, like we all know. We're about number 4 or so in the whole world when it comes to gas. We have trillions, cubic feet of gas. So it will not be a wrong, priority if Ashwadi Tinubu, does something that would bring it really from the back to the front burner, so that we have our economy to really take off, as quickly as we can. It will also rub off on the issue of subsidy, which we are talking about, now, because that will make it less dependent on the fossil, on the petrol. Then the other one is the issue of human capital. How do we encourage our young ones, who today a lot of money is chasing them, because of their initiatives, because of the smart way that they are able to handle this technology. AI is what everybody is talking about today. We have young, dynamic Nigerians, believe me, who can do wonders. India is doing it already. Other countries are trying to do it. So our digital economy must be, it's not just lip service, so that this promise of greatness called Nigeria will become a reality, soon. So I'm sure corruption, to me, is still an issue that must be chased out. We talked about, inclusiveness. As IPAC chairman, I believe that, yes, competence is very important. I'm sure about that. But competence is when you're looking for efficiency. In the political, arena, it's not only about efficiency, it's also about effectiveness. And the effectiveness cannot come if you don't have good representation of the people that made up what you call the democratic system in that country. That's why we must, in addition to government of national competence, to have government of national effectiveness. Because, and he's doing very well already, because look at the first appointments he has made. The one is a Yoruba man, another one is a TV man from North Central, another one is from the Northeast, you know. So it's very much a way of balancing. It's not only about being efficient, you must be effective too. You know, otherwise your efficiency will be there and people will be working against it. Yes. And you can't really achieve what you want to achieve. So I think with all these things, I'm sure we will get it right.
All right. I'm told we have to join our correspondent in Asaba, Tessie Koka. Okay, she's ready for us. So Tessie, share with us what's happening on this significant day in Asaba.
Thank you, Ruth. This is you're with us here in Asaba, the Delta State capital. Okay, you're here in Asaba, the Delta State capital, Ruth, like I rightly said. It's quite a mixed feeling here. Today's Democracy Day. Deltans are joining the rest of the world to celebrate 24 years of uninterrupted democracy. They are quite happy, and of course it's supposed to be a double celebration for Deltans because of Ruth. I would like to also tell you that the Women Competition League took place here in Delta State. But what I said is a mixed feeling because of the accident that actually happened yesterday. The Bayelsa supporters club, they were actually coming here to identify with the team Bayelsa. But unfortunately, there was an accident and 4 of them lost their lives. But away from that, I have some Deltans here. They want to speak to us. Yes.
Yeah. Good afternoon.
Mr. Enite Igere, you're welcome
Thank you
to
very much.
NTA. Yes, the largest network in Africa. Yeah, today is a Democracy Day. What's your assessment so far?
Yeah, looking back at the 24 years of uninterrupted transition from one democratically elected government to the other, we must say that as Nigerians, we are doing well. We are moving towards the destination democratically where we expect to be. So far, we must say that kudos to all Nigerians because
Years.
Yes, we have been able to secure uninterrupted transition from government to government, and for the past 24 years, I think we've been doing well. And during the last election, Nigerians came out in large number to vote, meaning the voting apathy created as of June 1993 has drastically reduced. And that day when they were swearing in Mr. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, I looked at him and I smiled. I said, what late Chief MK Abiola could not do, this man has achieved it. I want to encourage Nigerians to be steadfast with democracy. We have come thus far, we will move forward. And I'm impressed with Mr. President. He said, Nigeria will not divide under my tenure. So meaning, he is ready to pull us together. And so those things that divide us as a people, we really need to come up together and move Nigeria forward. Happy Democracy Day to all Nigerians, those who voted and those who are still sitting on the fence. The next election, I encourage everyone, get your voter's card, vote wisely.
Thank you. Okay, that's it from here, Ruth.
All right, thank you very much, Tessie, there for your contributions from Asaba. Thank you so much. And while Tessie was talking, Mr. Sani was asking me, Ruth, why is it that there are no respondents that are women? But there's a balance now. Our correspondents that you've seen, some of them are women.
My degree and
professional.
My degree Lagos is gender.
Oh, thank you,
It's gender bias in the correspondence.
That's NTA. I think about Nigerians.
Rachela, why Mr. Sani was talking about, institutions and all of that, inclusiveness and all of that, although you stand strongly for women, gender participation and all of that, the youth is also very critical.
Yes, indeed.
I would say you're in that category. I'm also in that category.
Yes,
so
we are.
what is the place for the youth, for the future?
Young people were very active in the lead up to the elections. Again, I'm a member of the APC. I know how active the youth wing was. And even since the election was won, prior to the inauguration, we had a concert to celebrate the young people who worked so hard for the APC's victory at the polls. And I would say that we're a party that places a premium on youth inclusion. And Asiwaju himself is somebody who has always valued the contributions of young people. Many of those who are today well-known leaders in their own right joined politics and became government officials when they were pretty young. The now former Speaker of the House of Representatives, Right Honorable Femi Gbajabiamila, former Governor Babatunde Fashola, even the current governors, Governor Sanwo-Olu, like so many people who are today Asiwaju boys and Asiwaju girls. They all started out pretty young, and he's nurtured them to that level. They also mentor quite a number of young people, and even in Asiwaju's team, his immediate team, you find a lot of young people there. During the campaign, it was mostly, I don't know if you saw this picture when election results were being collated by INEC. The party had a situation room as well. It was former Governor Fashola who was in charge of election management, and there was a picture, I think that came at the point when we had completed our own collation, or we were about done, and we knew that we had won. And if you look in that picture, and if you look at other pictures that were taken from the situation room that day, you would see that pretty much everybody who was there behind the scene was a young person. So we had quite a number of young people working behind the scenes, and I am hopeful that the same way he's a gender-sensitive leader, that President Tinubu will also work to ensure that young people are very well represented, both within his own army of aides, within the villa itself, and then within our agencies, within our ministries. It's very key that we have young people being adequately represented in all these places, because we need to be able to contribute our quota to development. And the same argument that I put forward for women's participation applies to youth participation as well. Young people are like 70% of the Nigerian population, and it's very important that we are adequately represented in governance and decision making, because ultimately the decisions made in government will impact young people more. So it's very key that as policies are being designed, young people are in the room, not just, standing behind the leaders who are seated, but that we also have seats at the table, and that we can contribute our bit to, in terms of advice, in terms of technical skill, in terms of experience, in terms of what it is that we know, our experiences as young Nigerians, our professional skills, and the capacity that we've honed over the years as well to be able to contribute to policy design and the process of governance.
Indeed. And when you said the young people having a place at the table, I remember what Dayo, the APC youth leader, said during the presidential inauguration lecture. He said, now the young people have the reawakening. If you don't give them a place to sit, they will go and construct their own chair and sit.
We will sit on the table.
Prof, I don't know if you can give us your final thoughts in few seconds, because we have to round up.
I pray and I hope and I wish this government, both federal and state, should now identify certain key priority areas of this economy, of our national life, and now heavily invest in them. No government can do it alone, and within 8 years it's too short. So agriculture, ajakuta, and ajakuta.
Okay. Mr. Sani, one word or a sentence? Let me sign
One sentence is that I remember former president of the United States who came to Nigeria saying, it's not what you have under your feet that matters, but what you are up here. So from that perspective, I will recommend to the president that he must reach out to other political parties and identify people that can really work with his government. It will work very well to building an enduring democracy in this country.
That's
Youth must be involved.
That's more than
Women
a
must be
sentence,
involved.
Mr. Sani. We
So-
have to leave it there.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Nyabagi Sani Yusuf. He's the IPAC National Chairman. Thank you so much for your contributions. We do appreciate it.
Thank you, Ruth.
And Raishola Abiola, the daughter of the late Chief MQ Abiola. Thank you so much.
Thank you
and
for
wish you the
having me.
best. Congratulations on your
Thank
new
you.
appointment. Thanks to Mr. Sani. And Mr. Prof. Sadiq Abba, former Deputy Vice Chancellor, University of Abuja, and Political Economy and Conflictology and Alternative Paradigms. Thank you so much for your contributions.
Thank you. It's a pleasure.
All right. Don't forget to join us at the top of the hour. That's 2 p.m. We have a special documentary we want to share with you on the man Tinubu pathway to Aso Rock. You don't want to miss that. Very special indeed. And this has been the Democracy Day Special Edition program designed just for you. Our democracy indeed has come to stay, but rather let us utilize the benefits and the dividends of it. Because united we will continue to stand, but divided, you know what will happen. I'm Ruth Aguwele. Do have a pleasant day, but stay tuned to the network service of the NTA.
NTA, you can't beat the rich.
Disaster occurs on frequent basis. Some we hear of, others we do not. Terrorism, flood, fire, earthquake, car or plane crashes, building collapse, and even armed robbery, each bringing assets and revenue loss, human mortality, and in 90% of survivors, great loss of hope. Flooding is the most common of all environment hazards, and it regularly claims over 20,000 lives per year and adversely affects about 75 million people worldwide. Nigeria has had its fair share.
Who can say where the road goes? Only time. And who can say if your love grows as your heart shows? Only time.
Emergencies, as the name implies, are not set out to happen, but they can be planned or budgeted for. Disaster management may not avert emergency threats, but it will decrease the impact of disaster where well handled. It then brings to the fore the key phases to management of disaster: mitigation, response, recovery, preparedness, and prevention. Every citizen must be well acquainted with all of them. Wishing disaster away does not avert it. Rather, as put in the local palace, a man of valor is only identified at a time of emergency. Let us always be prepared.
Although social media as a channel of communication is inherently harmless, it becomes harmful and damaging when used without discretion and thoughtfulness. Bad social media users spread rumors and fake news without verification. But good social media users stop, reflect, and verify information before sharing it. Be a good social media user. Stop the spread of fake news. Verify the authenticity of your source and use social media responsibly for a better Nigeria. This message is brought to you by the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA, in collaboration with the National Orientation Agency.